Hello, how you guys doing? Yeah, today's just been a weird day, and I went out for a walk, and I came back, and I'm feeling a little better, but still feeling a little poopy. So you know what? Zoot suit, right? Yeah, exactly. So we're just gonna play some American Trucker, and I'm just gonna chill. You know, no reason to make it anything more than just chilling. Yeah? I love that combination. The steer thing is so good. That's like perfect for this. So we're gonna go ahead and boot up that. Am I doing any better? A little bit better. Let's boot up the game. I don't think it matters which corner I'm in. I'll put myself over here. I've had a Coke as well. And do I have a screen region for this game? Should make one. That can be something else. This can be this. Let's turn off the display capture. There we go. There it is. All right. Ooh, wow, that's loud. So to be clear, CBD is legal in my state. I use it to go to sleep. The recommended dosage for what I take, which is 3 chai, I think it's nice. I've tried other brands, but they just don't end up being as good. Oh, I should probably put myself like down here or something. I know, I've seen those sodas and waters, and I think that's ridiculous, man. So the recommended is half, and I think that that's probably accurate for people the first time they do it, because it hits you like a freight train. I'm gonna go with 2, which is I guess 4 times the amount, but it takes a minute to hit, but whatever. Let's get a job. All right, I need a job first. All right. That's not bad. It doesn't take us anywhere new, though. Nor does that. Actually, that brings us through a city we haven't seen, Junction. Your hair looks smashing. It's huge. I need to get a haircut because I feel all the hair on my back of my neck. And I'm just like, What's Tilda's stance on it? It's fine. I use it to go to sleep at night is really what it is. 2 is probably much, but probably should have just taken 1 and then taken another later, but whatever. I'll probably like be tired enough from this that I'll just go to bed. So don't expect a long stream, but it takes a while to hit. So we'll see when I actually start feeling it. Am I hitting something? I am already. Have you ever taken 2? That's like my nightly procedure. This has been much requested. So we're just gonna... Where is the exit? There it is. Okay. What trucking food do you have? I don't have any on me right now. I've just got this Coke. All right, there we go. I would say it usually takes like an hour or 2 to start hitting at any degree. And then beyond that, it just ramps up, and then I stop being like human. How are the audio levels? We're gonna have to figure that shit out now. Tilda suggested I try driving, like, safely for once. And I told her I did that, but it was slow and boring. No, I'm not doing more than what I've done. That's enough. This batch also hits particularly hard, so... Don't gun it too hard or your truck might flip. So where in Texas are we supposed to be right now? Be a good role model? Well, I mean, I think we're gonna find out why you shouldn't do anything and drive aside from maybe coffee. You can actually get arrested for drinking and driving with stuff that isn't like mind altering, like liquor. And that's just anything that distracts you while you're driving can be a reason that they can like pull you over and ticket you for it. Am I going to be doing confessions? I don't think so. No, not today. We can maybe do them like tomorrow or something, but... I should probably try and drive the speed limit, or at least do a good job for a minute. We'll do confessions maybe like next week or something. Or maybe like tomorrow, depending. I'm just gonna like do a UE here. I know I said I was gonna drive safe, but that's boring. I'm just gonna do a UE, and there we are. Is crying while driving legal? I don't know. Probably not. See, that was legal because I didn't do anything illegal. That's how things work. What happened with Vinnie last night and clown pubes? I hate it when, like, you know, celebrities fight. Also, I'm gonna pause real quick and message. Vinnie murdered a guy. It's not Vinnie behavior. Yeah, that sounds like something I would do, not like something he would do. Dude, it fucked me up so bad this morning. When I was streaming PsyOps last night, and I had to move the bottom bar, you know, your start bar, from the bottom to the right side because I kept accidentally clicking on it because, yeah, it was locked to the window, but I could still hit it. And that was an issue. Did Vinnie ban clown pubes? That is sad. Give me a clown pubes in all lowercase if that's accurate. That you got banned. Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. See, like, clown pubes can answer, like, yes-no questions. Am I going too fast for you? Is that a fucking issue for you, cop? Is that better? Am I a safer driver that I've slowed down? Yeah, let me adjust my mirrors. That's gonna be the problem. What even? Oh, hey! A nice Fred rave. Or Fred raid, excuse me. We just started, so I am fine right now. I think I'm just gonna, like, load the game because I crashed almost immediately. How's your stream? didn't get banned. I saw that he was doing like a group reading of like, what was it? That's actually the most money I think it can earn. Let's do that one and try and not fuck it up. Streams was lovely. Good to see you. I rated you last night right as I stopped, or right as you crashed because funny. Wonderful. Well, thank you for the 41 months of support. Can we do a shout out for Fred? You were doing, what was the name of that? Class of 09 with, thank you, Luigi guy. That's my flashers. Where's my, there it is. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about it too. Like, the game, like, it had some good writing, but everyone sucks. Like, I feel like the writing sounds fairly natural for, like, high school students, but they're all goddamn evil for some reason. Find immediately for hitting something. I don't care. It's whatever. Alucolor, thank you for the raid. Where is the exit? Here's the exit. Thank you for the 100 bits, Captus. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about it. Use the following key to deactivate. I thought I deactivated that. I didn't go to high school, so that was my closest experience to high school, really, aside from, like, community college, where everyone was just kind of like dating in the same insular like friend group, and that was like awkward. I was homeschooled. Yeah, I was homeschooled from 7th grade to basically I got into college early, and then I stayed late because I didn't know how to deal with like the shit that school be, because the Texas education system's real bad. And I was kind of like either outpacing everyone in my class or horribly behind. There was no in between. And so it's just like, I was either bored or frustrated. How old were you when you got to college? 17, 16? I forget. I was young. But then I stayed for a fucking long time. Yeah, because like 6th grade, I didn't have friends. I didn't have anything going on, really. There was nothing keeping me in school. Let me put it that way. And I know there's been a lot of talk about homeschooling being really bad and it covers up abuse and stuff, but I think that the education system has fundamentally failed, and a lot of it is due to policies and stuff, but let's not get political. Texas just sucks. Let me put it that way. I'm not a fan, and so we're leaving soon. Because people are always like, if you don't like it here, leave. Fine, I fucking will. A lot of friends of mine were like Christoids. I had a couple of Christoid friends growing up. And I don't know how much of that is like Texas versus Prius. You better reevaluate your fucking life right now. But I do want to say that like the one side effect of effective homeschooling is you are an awkward fucking kid when you get out and like do stuff. Hope the next apartment's better than the last two. Oh, I'm gonna put the last two on blast when I leave. Yeah, I get spicy when I get zooted, but we're not at zooted levels yet. Like, I'm not really feeling it. You'll definitely see it in my eyes. We are moving to Maine. Did I have decent elective choices in homeschool? Yeah. I mean, I did kendo, sword fighting. Yeah, I guess I'm not Texas Vinnie anymore if I move. getting it far away. I mean, like, the problem is that, like, I like some bits of Austin, you know? But I don't like how expensive everything is. Maine is where all the Stephen King shit happens. Yeah. And Alan Wake, which I need to do Alan Wake 2 still, and I need to set up the charity thing, and I need to get around to writing my thing. I would love, actually, Fred, are you still here? Have you seen the H-Bomber guy video? I'd love to hear your take on that. He was talking about, you were just talking about this. Phenomenal video. How do you feel as someone who very clearly does the research on their videos? How do you feel about people who are doing what you do, but badly, by stealing? Many of us were offended. I'm just wondering, like, what it's like to be someone who is, like, in that sphere and having to deal with that. You know what I mean? I have to pull over. I mean, if you want to jump on mic, I'm totally down for that, Fred. But also, like, you just got done streaming, so maybe you want to, like, not? And you probably just got done rehashing this for, like, the 80th time. You can hop on for a minute? All right. There shouldn't be any issues. Yeah, exactly. I'm totally good. Let me go ahead and... Let's see, where is he? Fred. We'll pick up our first hitchhiker. Hey.
Hey, could you drive me to Portland? Are you going to Portland?
Nope.
Like, can I hop on?
You can hop in, but we are going to LA.
No, that works for me.
I mean, it's kind of like
at least
the opposite.
At least it's farther away. At least it's farther away from my bitch wife. She's dead now.
Yeah. Anyway, so you watched the video, I take it.
Oh yeah, no, that video was really good.
Yeah. He does phenomenal work, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was hearing what you were saying. The difference between my work and the work of what, Summerfield?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of his stuff.
James, yeah.
But there's also, like, the Internet Historian was caught up in that, and then the Illuminati, and then Screenwave to some degree. Like, Summerton, is it? Okay. I don't know.
Summerton, yeah.
I think it's kind of weird that everyone's just latching on to, like, Summerton and not those other people.
Well, oh, no. Have you seen the video?
I have, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, people are latching on because he's the person who the video was actually about.
Sure.
Right? Like everyone else was sort of context.
Right. That this is just kind of what happens, I guess.
Right. Because the running theme, like what he was trying to set up through the beginning was like, here are individuals who engage in this same kind of plagiarism, but exhibit different aspects of its metastasization a little bit. So, for example, Internet Historian certainly plagiarized the article. But
and I don't know if he's done anything else.
He's I talked a little bit out on my stream about how that can happen accidentally, sort of.
Especially with like very small numbers of sources, it would be very hard to like. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's especially when there is not much writing on the subject.
Yeah. Now I'm like, did I fuck up in college?
No. Okay. So there's a thin line.
Because there was definitely times where I was like, here's a quote because I need to make word count.
But it's a quote that was used in like a source.
Yeah, and I definitely did the look at the Wikipedia. Like, I'm not a researcher. I'm not going to pretend like I am. I definitely did the look at the Wikipedia, like, article sources, and then go to that, and then use that as your source.
Sure, I think most people have.
Yeah.
I'm probably guilty of that too. There's like, you know, a level of academic dishonesty, but quite frankly, that line is very blurry, right? Like, when are you referencing one source too much?
Yeah.
Right? Like, when are you leaning on it too hard? A really good example of this for the Eve video, like, I fell into this trap a little bit, a lot with Empires of Eve. And I had to, like, after it was brought to my attention by the author when I showed him the script, that I had definitely committed plagiarism, I had to rip out over 10,000 words. And because, like, that's not fucking acceptable.
Right, and I'm glad that you checked with him, because then you could get that, like, that would be the correct way of doing that, is going, oh shit, I fucked up, before releasing the video, you know?
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Also, audio levels,
so
are we good? Can you guys hear?
Am I a little quiet?
I have no idea, I can't see the...
I can turn myself up.
I can turn down
there we go. I just turned myself up a little bit.
Okay, and it looks like you're now, like, I think you're in the same region as me now, as far as audio levels go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, sorry. Didn't want to, like, cut you off,
now.
but also wanted you to hear.
No, you're fine. If I'm talking, it's good if people can hear me.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
So the point is, it's very easy to do plagiarism accidentally, especially if you're not paying much attention.
Sure.
I did it partially because I was so burnt out. Right?
Yeah,
like,
I could totally understand that.
Sometimes bad work looks like plagiarism, and especially with something so massive as Eve Online, and with so few sources about the early days of Eve.
Yeah. I would think it'd be very hard to not just read things that people wrote.
Right. I want it to be comprehensive, but there's no way that I could do so without committing plagiarism at that point. And so, like, those two competing desires of wanting to be reasonable with how, like, with what I'm using and being comprehensive, sometimes those are in conflict. And that's just the way it is. You just got to deal. And so that's what I did for the video.
Okay, so what was your method there? That was a cop? I found out in this game that the fine for hit and run on a cop is less than the fine you get for speeding. So it's better to ram a cop from behind, spin him out, and hope he doesn't catch you than it is to actually try and drive past him.
Based.
Yeah. Also, if your truck's too damaged, you just ignore the weighing stations and just floor it.
Gotcha. But, so, right, the difference between what I'm doing and what Somerton was doing.
Sure. I mean, like, you can look at that graphic. I think that kind of is the short version of the video, is the graphic where it's highlighted out.
Yes. So, I will say that there is a blurry line, oftentimes, between, like, using a source, as a primary way to get your information to, like, because at what point does it become packaging? There's some interesting intellectual discussions and ethical discussions to be had around it, for sure.
I'm not zooted yet. I'm fine. I'll be zooted in a minute. It's got to kick in first.
Yeah, it takes a minute.
Yeah.
But there is no comparison between that ethical dilemma and the shit that, like, quite frankly, what the people in H. Bomber Guy's video were pulling, right?
Okay.
Like, when they are literally just copy pasting what other people are saying, that is unambiguously bad. right? Like, or trying to just add a word here or add a synonym here, right? Like, that is objectively over the line.
Yeah, of course, because that you're definitely trying to hide that you've done it. Now, okay, so let's take the Eve video for an example. You were saying that, like, you had, you know, maybe one source at times. So how did you deal with that? Did you just go, I guess I'm going to quote this quite a bit for a bit, or?
Block quotes. When I was chatting with him, because I was like, okay, look, I've ripped out the places that I know were over the line, but there's still some things that I want to use from this work, because even if I had wronged him at this point, we both still wanted the video to be good. Right? Like, I think we both recognize this is going to be good.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is good. This feels like I'm really riding shotgun. We both wanted the video to be good, and I don't think he wanted to, like, stop me from making something, because he knew I could make something good.
Right.
And I think I did.
So you were able to, I mean, good. I think it was a great video for sure, but you were able to workshop it with him on how exactly to do the thing that you needed to do, considering there was one source for all that.
One of the ways that you get around that is block quotes, which is big, long quotes.
Sure.
And you might have noticed, I extensively utilize block quotes in the video. Because oftentimes I like to let the sources speak for themselves.
And also, and sometimes you just can't. Right.
Yeah, sometimes there's no other option.
Right.
The other way to get around it is just make sure that you're acknowledging it. It's pretty easy in my format to be like, these people claimed this. Like, for example, when I said the Mittani talked about a time with, like, Kugutsumen, right? Like, you can place it as a claim rather than as a definitive thing that happened.
Right, and then you're citing the source, and so literally just cite your sources is your solution.
I know that sounds redundant. Sometimes it's not realistic. Like, you can't cite every single fact that you have all the time in that kind of format.
Sure, but if you're saying the Mittani said this, then you know the source is the Mittani. Like, you don't have to say it, like, in a really awkward, like, MLA style, like, say whatever, right in the middle of the script. Page 35 of their document here, they said this.
Right. Sometimes you do that. Sometimes, though, there are just facts. And, like, they're generally known. Maybe you heard it from one person first, but a good example is the concept of wormhole Bushido. Like, where did I learn about it? Well, I played the game for 6 months and fell into wormhole space. Like, that's where I spent my time. And I just learned about it from some people I chatted with. Do I cite the person who first brought it up to me? Well, I mean, not.
At what point does it become just like general knowledge? Like, in America, like, we use dollars, source, the FCC or whatever. You know, it's like.
Yeah. It's like and I think that also is a line.
Whatever.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an interesting line. Like, when is it necessary to cite something, and when is it unnecessary and, like, gratuitous? Because sometimes, you know, like the company did this. How do you know? Well, everyone fucking talked about it on the forums. They put out a press release.
FTC, yes, thank you.
Like, the in-game, it's all over. Like, it's not just one source.
You could just look up, like, when did they do, I don't know, the monocle update.
Do I have to pick a forum post or a news release to cite? Or, like,
do you have to do, like, CCP release? I mean, I guess you just say the CCP released at whatever time to do that. Right.
Sometimes you just say they did this.
Because everyone fucking knows that. Yeah.
Everyone just fucking knows.
You could just look that up, like, when was that update, and I'm sure you'll find it in 13 other places.
Right, like...
It is the CCP, right? Or is it CPP?
CCP.
CCP.
It stands for Crowd Control Productions.
Which is unfortunately also...
Also the Chinese Communist Party, yeah. But the difference...
Oh, this is going to be a problem.
That is an interesting trick that you have to deal with as a...
Yeah, we're gonna have to get towed. This is gonna take a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an interesting problem. It's an interesting creative and ethical problem Not something that I've had to contend with for most of my career, because oftentimes I'm just taking first-hand sources, and I just show the first-hand source. That was true for a lot of the Eve video, but it's not always the case. That is very different from just claiming someone else's writing as your own. Even if you... I think what was extra nasty about a lot of the examples that H-Bomber Guy gave was they would steal prose, because prose is an art. They would steal prose, and then they would later quote the same person after stealing from them.
So that way it didn't seem like as much of a block quote.
Right. Like, because they're clearly embarrassed about how much they are using from this person. So they want to include it as a quote, but they don't want to make it... They're embarrassed over the fact that they are just basically barely rephrasing an article. And when you get to the point that you are just word for word copying them, like, that is unequivocally bad.
Sure.
And any writer should know that that is bad. And any person who does that has got a long hill to climb to, like, get respect back, because it's so fundamental.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's your gig. Like, my gig is that people trust me, that I'm an honest person who's gonna, you know, not fuck them over. I'm gonna say, you know, the right things. I'm a good person. Like, my personality is my brand. And to some extent, yours is as well. But part of that is the expectation that when you do it, you ethically cite your sources, etc., etc.
Right.
So, like, if you don't do that, you just lose your gig.
Right. And to be clear, I have not been perfect about this in the past. I think a lot of YouTubers tend to play fast and loose with image attribution and video attribution especially. That paradigm is changing,
yeah,
which is good, but I definitely have been bad about that in the past.
Sure.
But
more with images and videos. Yeah.
Like, I am far... Like, it's not like I am being uniquely bad about it. That doesn't excuse it, but it is a problem with the culture of YouTube.
Right, yeah. And YouTube has its issues, but yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Right.
So...
I think that there's a larger conversation to be had about, like, copyright and the problems around that, but that's a whole other conversation.
So, okay, so let's take the 4 examples that he has in the video. So we have AVGN, they just hired a bad guy, right?
Yeah.
And they trusted that he would do the thing. So that's like a lesser sin, and I think that's why no one's really talking about the Screenwave AVGN portion of it.
Right.
Full disclosure, both of us are through Screenwave, right?
I'm not in Screenwave anymore. I was only in Screenwave for a very brief time.
Yeah, I've got a call with my person here soon, because, yeah, probably gonna go the same route, but we'll see.
Gotcha. No, I was only with Screenwave for a very brief period, right, or early on in my career.
Okay. Cinemassacre, not AVGN. AVGN is a show, etc. Okay, I get these things confused because I'm not a huge AVGN guy. And then we've got Illuminati. Illuminati was clearly that's plagiarism. That's fucked.
That woman is fucked.
Yeah, that like, and I had stumbled upon her videos before, and I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll put this on in the background while I'm doing other stuff, you know?
No, I watched a few of her videos a long time ago, and then, like, as she started pumping out more and more, I'm like, something felt off, and I just stopped watching.
Did you see the supplementary video with her?
I did. I did.
Yeah, I feel like he could have added that to make it a fair, like, 4 hours, 20 minutes, because
that would have been fun. That would have been funny, yeah.
That would have been funny. But the thing where it's like, people who know about the things that she's talking about, I think it was a Stanford prison experiment that, like, was the one that caused me to stop watching her. Because, like, I went to school for psychology.
Yeah,
and
like, wait a minute,
yeah,
this is bullshit.
Yeah, you're wrong. Like, no, it's been discredited multiple times. This is not considered, like, good psychology at all anymore. We're gonna have to stop for gas. Do you want anything, like a Slurpee or something?
Oh shit, I could go for a Slurpee.
Cool.
God, even you just saying that.
Alright, well, run in.
Alright. Here, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm done. Get in here.
All right, I'm coming.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay, cool. Thank you for understanding the assignment. But yeah, okay, so then we got internet historian, which sounds like that one rides a bit more of a line, but it still sounds like he plagiarized pretty heavily in that video.
Yeah, that was bad, right? Like, I've been acquainted with him in the past. I haven't chatted, like, have I even... I messaged him some months ago, and did I even hear back from him? I think he just kind of left me on red.
Yeah, fair. I understand.
But I haven't chatted with him in years. I think we're just also very different people. You can kind of guess at some of
his vibes seem different than your vibes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's not the edgy thing, right? Like, it's not even the edge. Because, like, I got edgy friends. Like,
sure.
I'm friends with known edgy creators. Like, I will vouch for Seth Zintak. He's an edgy boy, but he's also a good boy.
I don't know him, but okay. Is he the puppet dragon thing?
No. What? Puppet dragon? Well, now I'm wondering what you're talking about.
Who's the D&D person who,
Oh, no, that's someone else.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, Seth's a game reviewer.
Okay.
Yeah, his persona, right? His Vtuber is like a Ugandan warlord.
Okay, gotcha. So he's definitely doing the edgy thing a little bit.
He's definitely very edgy, but like, I've also chatted with him a bunch, and he's an extremely sweet person.
Okay.
I'll put it this way, he knows that I'm not really into those kind of edgy jokes.
Right.
And so he purposefully, like, censors that. Like, when we're chatting.
If you're gonna hang
Because
out or whatever, like
Right.
Right, okay. So, but it's like a bit or something. I don't know this guy.
Right.
But, okay.
No, literally,
So,
like, super sweet person.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But Internet Historian fucked up, in your opinion, on that one. It seemed like that to
that
me.
was a huge fuck up. And I like, if you ask me, it's like, I don't even, like, if it's a question of intention, I don't know. Like, just based on my interactions with him, I wouldn't think that he was trying to just be the worst, but it, at the very least, is weird. Because his videos are not lazy, right? They are purposefully edited to look lazy, but they're not. But, like, that's a bit, right? Like, there's a ton of fucking editing work that goes into making them look like shit.
Right, sure.
And so it's like, he's not inherently lazy. Not inherently. Like, he's not just cranking out videos.
Right, I don't know what his
cynically.
upload schedule is, but I mean, like, Illuminati, like, there's something up. If you're an expert in that many things, like, that's weird. You know? Like, I mean, you can attest, doing research for a video, even on a small subject, is not something you can do a week thing.
Right. And I think, like, it also has to do with the way he sees himself, right? Like, I think he sees himself more as an entertainer and an editor than, like, a writer.
Okay.
Whereas I'm the opposite. Like, I see myself way more as a writer than I do anything else, right? Like, in fact, I will argue that my X factor on YouTube is my script, like my writing. I think that is what makes Down the Rabbit Hole special. That's why I don't have to make the visuals flashy and keep your attention. It's because I write things in such a way to hold people's attention. That's my ace in the hole.
Gotcha. Yeah, you gotta have a thing that makes you different.
Yeah, Internet Historians is his wit and his editing, right? His video.
Right.
But I think that
I want to say,
stem...
like, both with that video and your Eve video, I know people are off-putted by the lengths, but, like, y'all, you don't have to watch it all in one go, right?
No.
Like, just save where you're at and then come back to it later.
Yep.
Like, do it in a couple goes. You have ADHD? Same, bitch. That's why I'm listening to it in the background while I'm doing other shit.
Yeah.
know?
I specifically write and design my videos around the idea that you can have it playing while you're making breakfast or doing something else, have it playing while you're driving, have it on your second monitor while you're doing art, and you can decide to put it on your first monitor while you're taking a break, or you can watch it with complete undivided attention.
Yeah.
Like, I design my videos to work in all possible reasonable use cases.
Right. I mean, yeah, some people do binge stuff, but I mean, like, I keep seeing people go, oh, One Piece is too long. And I'm like, I don't understand what the problem with that is. And I think it's that Netflix has us in this mindset that, like, I must be able to one-shot it in a day. And if I can't, then it's too long. And that's, I mean, this is a different conversation entirely. But maybe just understand that you don't have to do that and you can just enjoy life. Like, come back to it, watch it in spurts, maybe listen to it in the car, but don't try and, like, shotgun it all at once.
Right.
Because I don't know what the average watch time is, but I wouldn't imagine it's more than, like, 30 minutes or something.
It's actually, it's 41 minutes.
That sounds about right, yep.
It's actually insane. Like, that average watch time is bonkers.
Yeah, that's that's, like, YouTube likes that.
Yeah, YouTube really likes my watch time.
Yeah.
It's why I can disappear for 2 years and then come back with a 6-hour video.
Yeah. So your take is that Internet Historian probably didn't mean to do it that way, but just did on accident?
That's the thing, is, like, I think that he did it and didn't, like, I think that he was conscious of it and didn't think it was a big deal.
See, that sounds bad.
That is pretty bad, yeah.
And then Somerton obviously is bad. Like, I don't think...
Somerton, I think, knew what he was doing was really bad and did it anyway.
Yeah.
I think, like... Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah.
I think that it's kind of weird. It's a little bit weird, because Somerton knew what he was doing was bad, but did it anyway.
Right.
Internet Historian, I think, didn't think of what he was doing as being that bad.
Right.
And clearly, you know, I think that when it was brought to his attention, he realized how bad it was, because you can, like,
he had to do the edit.
He buried the story.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he didn't explain. He just said that the video got
copyright claims. Yeah.
He
is like,
specifically said copy struck.
Yeah.
Which
I think it's like
so
crazy that you can just get away with saying that nowadays, because YouTube's so fucked that people are like, oh, it's illegitimate then. Like, no one even thinks that it could be legitimate.
Right. And, like, it's perfectly reasonable to assume, oh, someone just, like, some SoundCloud rapper used something and copyright struck it.
There are other videos that you think that he plagiarized IH? Okay.
The Costa Concordia, probably.
Yeah, I mean, SoundCloud rappers are generally, like, my arcade videos do not get copyright claims. And about as close as I can even go with that is, I do admit to doing the YouTube remix philosophy, where, like, if I can't figure out what to talk about, that's a cop. Now he can't see me speeding. See? See?
Genius.
Yeah. Hit and run all cops all the time. It's tactics. It's not my fault the game puts the mechanics this way.
Like, that is wholly remarkable that works.
Yeah, you have to do like you have to spin them out, else it doesn't work. Because they have to be looking the wrong way by the time that you pass them. So that way...
Officer down. Yippee.
Yeah. Exactly. I gotta get this delivery on time, which means I gotta rotate every cop. Anyway, yeah. Well, how do you, like, I'm more talking about the emotional element of it. Like, how do you feel about us being a person who does spend, like, how long did the video take? Like, years.
Took over 2 years.
Yeah, and you're doing this grind, and you're talking about, like, the burnout and, like, how much it's fucking you up and all that kind of thing, to just work that hard on a single thing, morning and night, like, just go to your desk, work. I remember you telling me about that, right?
And there was a lot of like every moment working on it was shame after I fucked up that badly, like after I fucking plagiarized someone.
Yeah,
right?
but
like,
you fixed it before you
fucking
uploaded
shook
it.
my confidence. Like, how does that happen in the first place as someone who dares to do this professionally, right? Like, my self-confidence was destroyed. I was not okay, like profoundly not okay.
How do you feel about like this specific development, though? Like
About,
knowing
like,
that there's
what?
someone like as successful as Somerton who was able to get away with like that for years and felt no remorse.
I mean, people are just garbage. It just, like, I've just accepted this.
Okay.
I don't, weirdly enough, it doesn't evoke terribly much emotional response in me. Just like, yeah, people are shit. Tell me something new.
Okay.
Right? Oh, someone's making a bunch of money being shit. Tell me something else new.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, actually, because that's a lot
Like,
of
what-
like
yeah,
YouTube
whether
and
it's-
stuff. It's like I think I put out a tweet that almost exactly said that, where it was like, also I should probably mention what the YouTube remix strategy is before people think I'm insane. So if I'm having a problem trying to find a thing to talk about for Arcade, my channel where I talk about art, I'll just like Google art, or I'll like search art into YouTube and then look for like a video title, and they'll be talking about like whatever and like tips that I wish I learned as a beginner. And then I don't watch the video, I just like give the tips that I would give in that position, you know? It's like
Right.
looking for a prompt rather than actually plagiarizing what they're saying. Because I don't like actually go and watch it, because if I do, then it'll affect what I'm gonna say.
Right.
But I just need like, what should I talk about this week? You know? And it's part of the
That's
reason
fine.
it's only every other week, because like I can't fucking think of shit to talk about that's not NFTs or fucking AI art or whatever half the time.
Yeah. No, I think.
But-
well, I mean, there's no reason that you can't. It's just a prompt.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a prompt
Using a
that
prompt.
someone else has said or
Like-
someone else is doing. And usually I
what's
do
wrong with
say,
that?
like, if it's an article or something. There was a article about an invisible statue, and I quoted from that it was stupid as shit, where the guy was like selling an invisible statue. That is to say that it's the concept of a statue that exists.
I would love to chat with you about J.G. Ballard's Vermilion Sands series of short stories.
I haven't seen that, so I don't know what that is.
He has a setting. J.G. Ballard has a setting called Vermilion Sands, which is basically a parody of L.A., where like the ocean has dried up, right? Like the ocean has been sucked dry, and now there's like sand ocean, right? Like where the ocean used to be, so it's like ocean bed that now. And the idea around Vermilion Sands is that everyone who was anyone lived there, and so the art scene, like the high art scene, the high modern art scene flourished, and so it's a really big lampoon of like modern art.
Sure.
Done in a way that only someone who loves modern art can do.
When was
Right,
this
like
put out?
this isn't one of those stupid fucking Twitter accounts that's like the only good sculpture is like
Roman
the one that is Roman fucking marble.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Whenever you see someone who's like a little bit too interested in like classical paintings and like Roman architecture and stuff like that, go ahead before you retweet anything they do. Check and see like what other things they've said, because I almost can guarantee you that they're a Nazi. Like,
Yeah.
there's a like strong correlation there,
Oh yeah, 100%.
and it's because of like, you know, like, we could talk for like a while about
we're
like
not gonna get into that.
Yeah. And which is weird, because I've done art that is based on Roman sculptures. Quite. Fuck you! You're in the middle of something. Get your own fucking shit to do. Fuck you as well. Anyway.
Anyway.
Plagiarism. I should do a video on
I think that'd be interesting, right? Like plagiarism in art. It's a hot button topic now, for sure.
Yeah, will it be a hot button topic this time or Sunday of next week?
Definitely.
I mean, like, this Somerton has been trending for the past, like, week or whatever.
People will still want to talk about it.
Hi, the boy.
No question.
Come on up in my lap, boy. Oh, I accidentally hit the engine button. Get on up in my lap. Get in my lap. Get in my lap. You are a baby.
The point that I think that BB.
Oh, it's almost 5. That's the problem. 5 is when they get canned. It's a boy.
Boy time.
Boy time. Yeah, I mean, plagiarism is actually a great subject to talk about.
It is.
And I think where the line is on plagiarism versus like referencing might be good as well. Because
I think
people get real bent out of shape about references.
That's true. Which is kind of funny. But I think that would be an interesting topic because the kind of plagiarism that Bomber guy was talking about in his video is not ambiguous plagiarism.
It's not like it on accident.
Right, like it is completely unambiguous plagiarism, right? Like there's ambiguity in we use it as a reference, and then like you're covering some of the same stuff they did in
Get in
like
my lap. Stop slapping me, boy.
Right, like there's lots of discussion.
I think I have to feed the cats.
Okay.
Else they're gonna be slappy. Would you mind jingling the keys for chat for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi, let's go.
Okay.
Everybody,
hi everyone. You're probably going to be seeing me do something very similar with cats very soon. Oh my god, I am so excited for my new computer. I want to play games with people. For once, I want to be the one inviting friends for Lethal Company. I want to do it. Hi chat. How are you all doing? BG3. What's BG3 to any meteor? Oh yeah, I want to play. Okay, so my plan for Beefcake Week, when I put together my new rig, I want to play Cyberpunk. One day I want to play Cyberpunk. One day I want to play Star Citizen. One day I want to play Total Warhammer. And one of the days as well, I am going to give Vex complete free reign to add whatever mods they want to Skyrim, and then I have to go in blind.
Palm trees?
Could be palm trees. The only one that I demand I have is the one that makes the mud crabs swear when you hit them.
That's great.
Oh fuck! God fucking damn it, motherfucker!
That's great. Have you seen the Roomba video where it screams when it runs into things?
No.
It's very much along those lines where it just goes, motherfucker! Oh, shit! Oh!
Sounds perfect. But yes, right. The H-Bomber guy video wasn't about ambiguous plagiarism. It's about clear,
very clear, intentional,
right?
Like the different styles of it to some degree, where it's like, were they trying to do something? Did they mean to fuck up? Like,
well, that's the thing, right? It is to the degree that there is no question that any person brought up in that video, not Illuminati, not internet historian, not any of them, not Somerton, they all were explicitly ripping off
other people's
their sources,
yeah.
Right? Like they were ripping people off. They copying what they said word for word.
Yeah.
And even like structurally, we're ripping them off in many ways. Right? Like what they were doing was so egregious and like extreme that there is no argument to be made that it is not plagiarism. Like passing off their work, like their words as like other people's words as their own.
Yeah.
That is explicitly bad.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any argument or discussion to be had about whether or not that is bad.
There are people trying to say that, and I think it's people who didn't watch the video, and I think it's fanboys of Internet Historian who are like, oh, it's not that bad.
I decided to look at people talking about that, and there are people who are A, convinced that the video is completely about Internet Historian, B, are convinced it's just because H-Bomber Guy didn't like how he covered DashCon, and
I saw that one.
Yeah, and what was C? C was there. Sorry, I just got off of my own stream.
Yeah.
They don't think that they thought that everything was just fine, right? And that it's ridiculous that like he's being called out for this when it's like you did. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you obviously did not watch what you're talking about.
Yeah, the ones that I saw that were real upset seemed like people who didn't watch it.
Yeah. Just people who are turning it into a big slap fest. And of course, you know, the people who are rallying to Internet Historian's defense are the exact people that H-Bomber Guy pointed out in the video, who enjoy using the triple parentheses, we'll say.
Yeah. Works. I don't even get fined for a hit and run if I do it right.
It's impressive.
You have to do it just right. Hit the pit maneuver. Oh no. Inspection station. I'm just gonna hope that they don't ask me to pull over for this one, because if they do, I'm just gonna floor it. Why is New Mexico green? I think it actually is like this. I've only been to New Mexico like once, but it was also like the hottest history or year on history at the time, so you know.
New Mexico. Yeah, no, this looks right.
Yeah. It's so these are like it's 1/25th scale in this game, which means that we can actually make it to California like at a reasonable pace.
Nice.
Although I'm sleepy, so I guess I should go to sleep. Yeah, let's just fuck. Where do I pull over? Here we are. Wait, how do I fucking pull over for that? Oh, I've got to do like a Yui? All right.
Oh, hard recommend on Izzy, by the way. Izzy's great. I don't know if you've seen her YouTube. This is a tactic. Wow, it worked.
Yeah. There's invisible barriers. There's one about there somewhere, and I almost hit it.
And it does it damage you when you hit it?
I think it does, but I just kind of hit the brakes on it. I installed a few mods to this game. One of them is realistic signage. So that is a fireworks stand that actually has like the correct logos and shit. It's neat.
Yeah.
Where do I sleep? Over here? I have to sleep in a like dedicated sleeping spot. Was it back there a bit?
I've never played this, so all my trucking is in Foxhole.
Yeah, I was originally going to do this idea in Foxhole, but you just not have like the camera on, or not just have it only camera, but you can't see the game for OPSEC reasons.
Oh yeah.
But then chat was like, "Oh, I really want to see you play American Truck Sim," because I was like, "Ah, it'd be like American Truck Sim," and they just like, "Oh, play American Truck Simulator then." It's like, oh, okay.
Legit.
Yeah, I guess we could just do that. Makes sense too.
I like the idea of trucking games like this, but I need a larger context, and being able to like supply a faction makes me happy.
Yeah, I do like trucking in that game. It is fun.
Oh, I had an idea for Foxhole. Like and chat sort of workshopped it with me. Chat the idea is that I will write a war journal as though I'm writing letters back home.
Oh yeah.
Of my time in this war in Foxhole, because I'm actually leading a facility for my regiment.
Right.
This war.
Like in Iron Lung? Yeah, like in war where they do that.
Yeah.
Like
people wrote letters, right?
But yeah, that would be great. I've seen people like do the newscasts and stuff like that. Like, Foxhole is a really interesting community, and you said your next one, right?
Is going to be on Foxhole, yeah.
Yeah, and specifically Corpse Island, was it?
It's the baths.
Okay.
In War 106, there was like this massive 36-hour hold at the baths when, because you've played, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the regiments dumped all of their stockpiles into public, and just said, "Let's fucking go."
Oh, that's interesting.
Because it was the collies. Collies held the baths. No, the baths is notoriously like an easy to hold place in the easier, right?
Yeah.
It's got a few choke points. But also, like, the wardens were absolutely going to win. There was no question.
Mm-hmm.
The only question was how long is it going to take?
Mm-hmm.
And so the wardens the entire time were just taking all of the hexes around that hex.
Right.
They're like, fuck it, right? We can win without taking the baths. But everyone who was at the baths was just the reason they decided to hold was because there was another base that was holding on the opposite side of the map, and the only question was which one will fall first.
So it was now a competition between collies on,
yes,
like, which one are you gonna hold rather than actually winning.
Yeah, the goal was like, we're not going to be the reason we lose this war. They're going to fall first.
Amazing. Yeah, that's very accurate to Foxhole. I thought you were going to do it on the cop or corpse pile like worship thing, or is that?
Well, the collies just do that.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, but there was like a fairly notable event recently where they were just like, they had no supplies couldn't get to them because they were surrounded, and they were just like dying in mass, and like whenever they'd have a chance to like grab a body to like heal them, instead of healing them, they just execute them and then drag their body back.
Right.
Because you can get t-shirts which are used for resupply, which gives you a pistol, and that's about it. And
yeah, soldier supplies.
Excuse you, my bitch.
Oh, he just cut you off.
Yeah. Hey, suck my nuts.
I was half expecting him to give you like the bird.
Yeah.
But the reason the baths was fun, right? Like, it was really funny seeing the reaction of the wider Foxhole community, because everyone was like, what? They're way bigger battles, longer battles, more like strategically important battles. Why does he want to talk about the baths? And you want to know why? It's because it wasn't about winning. It was about lasting longer than other people in their faction. It's a great story.
It is.
Right? Like, and on top of that, it's a moment that everyone thinks back to and was like, fuck yeah, that was awesome. Right?
Yeah.
Like, everyone who plays Foxhole, like, if I were to cover any other battle that's like, oh, like, you're just doing that because, like, oh, you're a faction favorite. It was very funny seeing people accuse me of being a collie.
And then you're a warden.
Yeah. They're like, oh, this is showing this awesome moment with the collies. It's going to be so biased. Like, I'm a warden.
Yeah.
So
we're not doing that. They want me to pull over, but it's going to cost too much money for me to pull over. So I'm just going to keep going and take the lesser fine, because my truck is so fucked up. They're going to be like, yeah, you need to get that inspected. So I'll take a $600 penalty rather than that. And then I need to drive the speed limit because there's a cop that I can't knock off the road.
To be fair, this is also, I think, how just corporate America works.
Yeah, I mean, like...
Which costs more.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing cost-benefit analysis on stuff, and hit and run a cop is good when you can do it.
Right, like, which costs less? The fine, or, like, being in,
I'm doing a capitalism.
Yeah, like...
I think it's cost me all of, like, $21,000 to do this. No, $11,000 to do this trip, roughly at this point. But I'll never be able to buy my own truck, but it's okay. It's just like random stuff, like that guy who like decided to cut me off, or the guy who like rammed into me, you know? Oop, that's a cop. That would not feel good, going 70 to 50 real fast like that.
No.
I did get a $200,000 fine once in this game, but that, to be fair, it was an oil tanker, and there was no oil tanker left by the time I got there. It was just filled with holes, functionally speaking, and I don't know as if there was any oil left. I kind of just like crashed the truck repetitively on accident and charged the company. So, because they'll pay for it because it's their truck. I don't have a truck. I'm still like leasing, or I guess not even leasing, but like being hired on to drive their trucks. Can I transfer explosive equipment? Oh yeah, this thing's explosive. So there's that.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm a good driver though, so it'll be fine.
But I think that if you were to do a video about plagiarism, I think that doing a video about using models and reference images.
Yeah, because I've talked about references before, and that not being plagiarism when it's just like, sometimes like, I don't know, even the masters didn't have like the ability to just draw shit without like some sort of reference. Very few people can do that from memory. Like, what does a hand look like without looking, you know? Like,
I know that horses are always
horses are
the
fucked up.
one.
Yeah, like which way does the front leg bend, and how many joints does it have? How many wings like are on the tail feather of a blue jay?
There's a really good example of this. Have you heard of Pink Cat?
The name sounds familiar. What's up?
She is a serial plagiarist who is a visual artist.
Okay.
And is just Vex and I went on, like, we spent like 4 or 5 hours one evening just losing our minds digging and looking for info about this person.
The NFT plagiarist. That's why I know the name.
Yeah. She got into NFTs and like plagiarized for her NFTs. But she also is just a serial plagiarist in general. Like, she'll trace shit with her pink and like put her pink cat in it, and has sold books with other people's trace drawings. Yeah,
so first off, tracing is not a good way of learning. I don't recommend it. I do recommend master studies though. That's a thing that they teach you to do in art school. That like, if you want to figure out how a painting works, like, just try and repaint it. Like, look at what they did and try and make it exactly mark for mark. It's sort of like having a dialogue with the artist, because you do feel like, oh, okay, so it looked like shit until I added red over here, so that's why the red's over here. And that, it's not something that you pass off as your own. I gave most of those to my parents because, like, it's art I did and it looks nice. And it allows you to reverse engineer some stuff, right? Like, how exactly do you do an art? Like,
right. And that can be really useful. Like, I think that there's a lot to be said. I think that the line for using references is a lot different when you are
so that like is that is copying, and it's fine to do as long as you don't claim it's your own.
Right. Because
the purpose is to learn something, not to, like, you know, that's good. You can do that.
Study, right.
And, you know, then there's, you know, references. A lot of that, like, there are so many images out there. A lot of the stuff that I do for my parents are, you know, taken from pictures on Google or whatever, these paintings of birds. Because, like, I don't know, like, blue jays are kind of hard to find pictures of. Like, I can't just go outside and take a picture of one. So, like, I don't sell those. I give them to my folks because,
right,
you know. Oh, yeah. Oh. There you go.
I can't believe you saved that.
I'm a good driver. What did I say? I mean, you know, we didn't flip, so there's that.
There's that, yeah. That's good.
And there's also, yeah, like pose is pretty okay to do. Like poses are generally okay depending on like, and also just like, it's really hard. A lot of the time I'll make a reference myself. Like if I need to do an image, I'll just take a picture of myself in a weird pose or whatever. And I look like a fucking goblin on half the images on my phone. But like, you know, then you can have a reference that you have the rights to. Art also has like a really weird association with like references. There's God, my art, I did not get a great grade in art history, I'll tell you that much. But there's a very famous painting from way back in the day. I want to say it's like Ophelia, and the original, she's nude. There's a black servant girl, considering time probably a slave, that's like helping her be naked, you know? And it's a nude rather than being naked, I guess, is also important because there are clothes nearby.
Right.
There's a weird distinction there on whether or not. But then there's another painting that is almost exactly the same thing, but certain things have been changed. For instance, rather than having a very inviting open look where you can kind of see everything, and this one, like, she's got her hand over her crotch, so you're not doing anything there, you know?
Right.
And she's looking at you rather than, and with an intense gaze rather than a like come hither gaze. So it recontextualizes the image quite a bit. And like, it only really works if you're aware of the first one.
Right.
So it's like, it's almost like plagiarism, but like it's so recontextualized that it's not.
Right. And I think that this speaks to
Olympia by Manet. And then there's another one, I forget who did the second one that I'm referring to. Thank you. I knew I was close with Ophelia.
I think that, ooh, that's a cool juxtaposition, given like, you know, the context of Ophelia as a character. But I think what you're talking about is art as dialogue.
Yeah. And there's a lot of that, and so that's kind of like...
how do you... It's tricky because how do you explain this to a non-artist?
Yeah, and that... a lot of what my art channel is me, rather talking about specific techniques, I try and make it more about, like, the philosophy of art, because I don't really want to go, the only way to correctly do art is this. You know, because that's just not how it works. And I don't like bossing people around. But I do want to provide like a thing for people to think about when they're doing art. And they can just go, Rev's a fucking idiot. And that's good enough for me. Like, you know, whatever, like have an opinion on it. I did a video on like, why are there no conservative artists? Well-known conservative painters, you know? They're very rare. Why are all of them like liberal?
I think I watched that video even.
Oh.
Yeah. I watched some of your videos.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you.
They're good. They're quite good.
Thank you. They're a little bit less effort than the stuff that you do, but...
Oh, I mean, apples to oranges.
Sure. Also, someone resubbed, and I don't know who it was. Give me a sec. Official Pig Wrestler loves you, kitties. And then Junion, thank you for the 6 months of support. Magic Night with Cruz, you're my cat sitter. Please give them pats. They're kind of far, but yeah. I think I was watching your stuff prior to knowing who you were, but I'm not sure on that. I know I like binged it afterwards, in the very least. Because, yeah, like, that's kind of a thing I do, is, like, I want to know, like, who I'm interacting with. Like, who they present themselves as. Specifically when it's, like, stuff like this. It's, like... Because sometimes people don't pass the vibe check. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
there was a guy I played Darktide with a couple weeks ago, and then I scrolled through some of his Twitter, and we had like talked about doing stuff together later, and this light needs to fucking change. Holy shit, there we go. And yeah, he did not pass the vibe check, you know, where it's just like you said, like you can be friends with people, but not, you know, maybe not stream with them. Or the way you stream with them is different?
Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah.
Hard agree.
But yeah, I'm starting to have some time dilation, so I'm not actually sure how long these lights are taking. That cop two-wheeled that turn. Also, if I'm keeping you, like, you know...
I probably will bow, because there's some stuff I want to get done today.
Sure. Well, it's still
but
daylight.
It has been lovely chatting with you.
Yeah, I mean, anytime, man.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because what we've been talking about sort of overlaps a little bit with what I've been talking about.
I'm sure it's like
on my stream.
Impossible to not bring that up, you know, because it's been brought up to me multiple times, and that's like, I feel like what they do is in the same sphere. In the same way as, like, Markiplier is also a gamer, so he's in the same sphere as me. It's like, sort of, but not really, you know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But yeah.
No, hard agree. I think, like, sometimes I feel almost like I sometimes need to watch people talking about YouTubers just so I'm in the loop. Because I'm, like, in that sphere.
Right. I have to be aware of someone like, who is Pokimane and why is she selling cookies? And why is that a problem? You know?
Right, yeah. It's like otherwise...
In
like,
reality,
I
don't give a shit, but, like, I have to because it's my job.
Right. Like, I at least need to be aware of the fact that it is happening. Partially because it helps me understand and keep an eye on the way that YouTube is moving in general. Just keeping apprised of events like this can help explain and predict what is going to happen. And just be ready.
Yeah, also just understanding the landscape of YouTube and what people are doing, what is everyone else doing?
Right, yeah. And I think, especially for someone like me, it's easy to sort of hold myself separate from everyone else, not engage, because I'm already breaking every rule of YouTube, in the sense of, like, what is supposed to be
like once every
practice.
2 years. You're doing YouTube so wrong. Like,
yeah.
You're supposed to be uploading like every single day, and they need to be 4-hour videos, all well researched.
Right, I'm supposed to be grinding them, and I don't upload for a week. It means my channel's supposed to be dying. And also, I'm supposed to ask people to subscribe, and also they need to I need to tell them to like the video and comment, and also I need to do all that. I say fuck it, right?
Yeah.
Like, fuck all of that.
And honestly, depending on your content, you can kind of just not do that. And, like, your content is definitely in a state where it's like, YouTube likes it when you put out videos. You specifically put out videos that YouTube really cares for, I think.
Well, I think another thing is I can put out a video that is not as good, or I can go through long droughts where I don't have a lot of views, and then I can still get a lot of views, right? Like the May Island video did not do great.
I thought that was a great
I did not
video.
intend for it to do great. Like, I knew that it was going to be it was going to be a video that just wasn't going to perform as well, and that's fine. But then I can come in with Eve and get 3 million views in a month.
Sure.
And that's not a problem.
Yeah, the algorithm, I think fighting the algorithm is probably the worst thing to do on YouTube. Like, also, your stuff is, like... I feel like it's also a situation where, like, the idea is that it's evergreen. So, someone could go watch that, like, Eve video a year from now, and it's still a good video, as opposed to a lot of the very, like, quick disposable content that a lot of YouTubers put out.
Yeah, I wasn't making a ton of money, but it was enough to keep me afloat while I was making the Eve video.
Right, sure.
I also am relatively frugal.
Sure.
I don't buy much shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like my biggest expenditure at this point I think is tea. But even at that point I'm like buying a bunch of tea and then I don't buy any tea for months.
Sure.
Right, because it lasts.
What do you think of the
like,
Adagio stuff?
Adagio is... I have mixed feelings about it. I think that it's a good introduction to loose leaf tea.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you'll want to graduate from it.
Because I think that's like the bee's knee. Is like I haven't graduated from that, but I'm also not as big of a tea drinker as you. Like,
I think like there's a world of difference between like mediocre tea and good tea.
Adagio is it's a tea company that you can mix your own blends on.
Well, let me put it this way: most of Adagio's teas that people know them for is flavored. Right,
yeah.
and that's why you can make your own blends, quote unquote. It's
right.
like you're just adding your own flavoring to it. It's because it's super easy to do.
Yeah. It's like
it also.
Yeah, it's a prompt.
It's the way that flavoring is how distributors take mediocre or bad tea and sell it.
Okay.
Right, like you don't flavor a good tea.
Yeah.
The only way you might flavor a good tea is like if it's Jasmine Dragon or something.
Okay.
Jasmine Dragon is a flavored tea, but like that's
sure.
special.
But
right?
yeah, that's the point of that
special.
Specific tea is that
it's
you expect it to be flavored.
Right, and it's still very like special and very, very tasty. You know, it's different, right? You're not stuffing fruit in there to try to cover up the fact that the tea is eh.
Right. I had a friend who got super fucking pissed off at me about a Town and Nowhere character who's like weirdly into Lipton tea.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a tea drinker. I feel like you and them would get along great. Like you could talk about tea for a few hours, but yeah. And yeah. I don't think Lipton iced tea is actually good.
It's bad.
That's not the point. The point is that it was a very subtle nod to a very obscure reference of a radio drama from like the 1920s where there was a character on a show who would do the adverts for Lipton iced tea.
Well, the thing is, apparently Lipton didn't used to be so bad. I mean, bag tea will only ever be so good.
Sure. But you sort of accept it for the convenience.
Right, exactly. And sometimes bag tea can be more expensive.
Sure.
Because, you have the bag.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pay for that. But tea, like, Lipton apparently did not always Lipton was not always as bad as it is now.
Sure.
People could steep a cup of Lipton and not fucking pucker their lips.
Yeah.
At like how astringent it is.
It's kind of got the same vibe as like McDonald's coffee. It's like
right.
You accept it for what it is, and it's not good.
It is technically the thing that you want, right?
Yeah.
It is like the lowest possible common denominator of the thing you're after. To the point, like, what I'm really pissed off at is that Lipton normalized both that a tea bag should cost you like 2 cents.
Okay.
And that all tea is supposed to taste like shit.
Yeah.
What a grift. Like, their market is entirely based on keeping everyone in the dark on what tea is supposed to be, so that people look at, like, Americans look at people in China. They look at Chinese people drinking tea and they're like, why the fuck would they drink so much tea when it's so disgusting, as they sip their fucking Lipton.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe they know something that you don't.
Yeah, I mean, drink a Mexican Coke or something. You can see that, like, just what we're allowed to ingest is fucking rancid in America.
Oh, well, you know Hilda, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Alfie. She came to America and just like could not eat any American food.
Yeah, she was saying, I forgot what she said on Twitter that she had, and she was like, suggest more things. And so I just tried, oh, it was Cheese Whiz. She got really into Cheese Whiz, I think.
Yeah.
And so I was like, here are some other like American things to eat. I don't even remember what I said, but it was like, none of it was good. But if she wants the American experience, I'll give her the American experience, you know?
Oh, right. Yeah, American food is cheap and shit and will not rot for 3 years.
Yeah.
It should be suspicious.
Yeah, have you seen the, what is it called? The I forget what they call it. It's a trend in China that it's like, shitty, like, it's like American eating as sort of like a meme. Because they'll
That's
bring their
fucking
lunch
amazing.
to work, and like, if you look at what they think American meals are yeah, white torture food. That's what white people meals. And it's like unseasoned chicken on rice. Like they're going for like the least, like, there's no joy in the preparation. It's just efficient.
Right. I think. Well, this is like Lenny from The Simpsons, right? Please don't tell anyone how I live.
Yeah.
Because like that is kind of a quintessential American meal.
Yes.
Unseasoned chicken on rice.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like, and I'm really glad that my wife cooks because she's a much better cook than I am. I try not to think about my wife when I'm high, because I get really like emotional.
I get it.
I'm not really feeling it yet, but I feel it coming on.
Right. No, absolutely. I feel like I get mushy when I drink.
Yeah.
I'm not a. When I drink, I just get lovey.
That's good.
I'm glad that I'm that way.
Yeah.
There are people in my ancestry who do not react well to alcohol. Did not. And so I feel very fortunate that I did not have that gene. So I can drink every so often and just kind of enjoy it.
I kind of just like fell off on drinking, you know?
Yeah, I don't drink much. Like, sometimes I'll buy alcohol and then it just languishes, and I'm like...
Like, we got a bottle of vodka, like, somewhere in the house, but neither of us has touched it in a while. I don't even know if it's still good. I mean, it's liquor. I don't think it really goes bad.
Yeah,
but,
I'll always
like,
do this with beer, right? Like, my idea of kicking back and relaxing usually doesn't involve alcohol.
Yeah, same. Like, yeah. Usually it's like a video game and just me time, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe a game of Warhammer or something. Depending on whether or not I feel social.
Speaking of, I'm so excited for my new computer to play Total Warhammer on stream.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm so excited. Okay, no, I do need to go.
Okay.
I'm getting hungry.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and go? Thank you for coming by. Thank you for sharing your opinion on that.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I'll catch you later.
I'll see you later, man.
Oh, here, you know what?
What's up?
Actually, could you pull off of this exit real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, could you, or the next exit?
No, I got you.
Okay, great, perfect.
Here, jump out.
Yeah, you can just let me off here.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, that's good. All right, perfect. Thanks, ma'am.
No worries. Bye.
All right, bye.
That was nice. Just a casual 50% damage, it's fine. And then I'm gonna have to kind of turn into oncoming traffic. All right, we're good. How's the roadhead? Well, he was talking, so I guess I was the one. Also, I need to make sure that I'm out of that call as well. All right. Yeah, I had to duck out so he wouldn't whisper penis. Ooh, check engine light. Well, I'm still driving. Now get Andrew Tate on the call. One twink a stream is enough, I think. I have my long lights on. They're just not very effective. Andrew Tate is a twink? Sure. I don't know. I think the cop is going to be far enough away that he can't see me. Also, I'm doing the speed limit for once, so. Ben Shapiro is? That's horrible to think. How fast can you take a corner in this? I think the fastest I've done is 100 miles an hour. Oh, for fuck's sake. You're gonna want to get back in the lane you just came from, my bitch. What the fuck is this maneuver? Yeah, truck broke down, so we couldn't take that exit, so I have to go around. And God, the cops are out in fucking force right now. Yeah, we're at the point of the gummy where it's like, maybe I should take another one because this one's not hitting. And that's a sign that's about to hit. Can you not drive like that? No, I'm not gonna. Is get random viewers on call roll? That feature is not rolled out for me yet. No, it's rolled out for bigger YouTubers and streamers than me. Are you trying to take a selfie? Your video's fucked now. Fuck you, goddamn YouTubers. He was taking a picture with that statue. Now there's gonna be a trunk corner. I mean, I don't know if they were taking a selfie or if they were doing like a vlog. I think I just heard my wife pull in. Can you build me a 40k list while zooted? What faction? Wife is good. I may stop and hang out with her in a minute, but we'll see. Nids? How much of a maniac are you? Because there's a build that's really good right now that I think is being slept on, and I think a lot of it is due to not having movement trays. I really like the swarm detachment, and you just lean hard into that. It's borderline impossible to deal with. It's basically like the old 8th edition Green Tie 2CP refresh the unit thing, but you can do it like 1.5 times a turn. It's really fucking annoying. But you do have to own and paint and transport and move like a bazillion fucking guys. But I really like that build. You take a couple neurotropes or whatever. I think I like the Von Ryan Lictors as just like fellas to forward deploy. I don't think you need the Neurotyrant. I think that's a different list. The neurotyrant is good. I believe the sexy nid is the neurotyrant. Honestly, if you just search Tyranids into Google, turn safe search off and hit images, you'll find sexy nids. You'll find some shit. You'll find some... I mean, you might be able to get away with it with safe search on as well. Brother, I can link some shit right here this second. Yeah, let's not link Tyranid porn. Yeah, we can work on the Friday thing. Maybe talk about that then, so I can kind of like bounce ideas off of you and see how you think it'd be. I'm not gonna have anything prepared for that, but yeah. We've been good? Well, you can go look up some titties right now, man. There's nothing stopping you, I just can't show it on stream. Would you sell Tyranid porn? Tyranid? Okay, I don't think I could draw it. I'd have to buy some nids to be able to, like, make that. And honestly, that, like, gets into, like, Guru or whatever, to some degree. And, like, Vor? What's it called when there's a lot of blood and gore, but it's hot, I guess? That's Giro, right? Yeah. You could probably... Yeah. With nids, probably could do that. And a lot of Vor as well. So, like... It kind of is that thing where it's like... If you look at official art for Warhammer, how much of it is, like... If a guy is getting eaten and, like, impaled in a picture, is it porn? Context? Like any of the official art for Warhammer, for Tyranids. Like... Yeah, is Titan eating his child? Is that like... That was a crunchy sound. Some people may get turned on by the violence. A lot of people get turned on by the outfits. They also like some weird-ass BDSM. Yeah, at what point does it become porn? Is it just like... Well, I mean, like, they're bug people. Like, they're just giant insects from outer space. Like, does that make them nude? Because they're not wearing pants. They don't have a concept for pants. Being nude isn't, yeah. Like, is the alien queen from Alien, like... I mean, they're like, reproductive bits aren't visible as far as I'm aware. I don't really understand, like, Tyranid biology well enough to say that. Like, think this one's this is an oil tanker again. It's dependent on the intent of the creator. Like, the xenomorph is supposed to be arousing? Source? Yeah, I mean, like, anyone can jerk off to anything. So it's like, I mean, Geiger did, like, sexual stuff in his work, but that doesn't mean that it's like horror. Like, the eroticism is used as a horror element rather than a, like, you know, thing you're supposed to actually enjoy. And, like, when you're drawing, like, let's say you had to draw porn, like you needed to like, pay rent. To me, it almost feels like it would be a better idea to draw something you're not at all into. Because then, like something that's so out there and weird, like Tyranid porn. And then it's just like, no one is like, you could draw that in public, and then it's like, it's so out there that no one will take it as fetish stuff. And, like, you're not going to get distracted by it. You're not going to be like, oh, halt. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Have you played any of the Budokai games? I had a friend who was super into them as a kid, and I could never get into them. As a former hentai scanlator, thank you, Poop Slurper 69, for this note. I can assure you that once you get into the flow, you're so focused you don't even notice that you're working on porn. That sounds right. Like, at a certain point, it's just like, yeah, all right. I don't think I've ever played Bully. That's like GTA for, like, high school, right? But that does check out, like, I don't know. If you do something enough, it probably just doesn't end up being exciting after a while. Dr. Spamma, thank you for the gift sub. I'm gonna go kiss my wife. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. BRB. I guess she's not home. I looked around and I didn't see her. I think it's someone upstairs, like slamming around. We still got 20-something seconds of ad. Oh yeah, no, she's not supposed to be home for like another 20, 30 minutes. I'm feeling okay. A little bit of ad left, but just driving in a straight line, so you're not missing anything. Now we're back. Welcome back. I don't have YouTube chat up. I should get that back up. There it is. No wife yet. It's okay. Hello, Abby. Hi. Hi. Very misty. Silent assassin objectives in Mumbai and they just die for no reason. That makes your job a lot easier. It is Babby time because I left the door open because I wanted to hear when my wife actually came home. Do I need to turn on my high beams? Probably. Are you supposed to have your lights on or off during this? Not when they're my freaking target and void the objective. Oh, right. You can't do like side objectives if they just die. YouTube chat has been discussing fetish art. Great. That's what Twitch chat has been talking about as well. Yeah, I turned off my lights because I don't think I'm supposed to have them on. Oh, yeah. If a non-target just gets death noted because they just die on their own, you get in trouble for it. That's unfortunate. Candy gore? I don't know what candy gore is. Is that like you're ripping someone's spleen out, but it's candy? Like they're just like a cream-filled donut? Okay, I guess I'm supposed to have them on. Sorry, I didn't know. It's day. It's 4:20. Nice. No. It's 8 a.m. Okay. I'm gonna get there at around 4:20. It's like a reverse pinata. No, isn't that how pinatas work? Where stuff comes out? Nice, nice. Yeah, it's like a person-shaped pinata, and the candy is organs. Oh, no. Okay, we're fine. Is that the clock tower from, Oh, that's a cop. Uh-oh. I don't think there's enough people here to, like, say statistically that someone finished edging to that. But depending on how long this video stays up on After Hours, depends on how, like, likely that is to be a thing. Two, three. It's like every 2 or 3 seconds for a minute to pass. I'm not exactly sure because I'm having the time dilation issue now. Oh, I'm supposed to turn here. I thought they were parked because they weren't moving. Walden's. I should finish reading that book. I read something recently about that the guy was actually kind of a massive bitch and didn't actually, like, rough it as much as he said. So, Walden, it's about, like, going back to nature and, you know, being a rugged man. And he was just, like, glamping, essentially. He built a hut in his backyard and had his mom help out. That's really sad. Now I kind of don't want to read it. Ooh, longhorns. Let's pull over. Yeah, that's about what a longhorn looks like. About the size, too. Hi, cow. It's hippie shit for the 1700s. Yeah, because it was like 1840. That sounds right. Like, I don't know. I didn't get very far in it because it was kind of a dry read. Not speeding if I can't turn on the engine. There's no penalty for going under the speed limit by 30 miles an hour, so why is there... I mean, I feel like that should be a penalty too. I mean, I'm glad it's not in this game. I think in real life it is. That reminds me I need to go check the post box and see if, I'll do that tomorrow. My wife doesn't have work tomorrow, so I can just, like, take the car and go pick up. This Random House is sending me a copy of House of Leaves because I streamed Alan Wake and my stream was going well. House of Leaves is a good read. I'm told that it's impossible to make an audiobook version. I haven't seen more than a few screenshots of it, so I don't know. Hello? Hey, what are you eating? Stop that. What is that? Yeah, don't eat that. I don't know what the fuck that is. Was it good at least? I gave you a can. I don't know why you're acting like you're starving to death. Any plans on when to play Alan Wake 2? Yeah, I'm trying to decide when I'm going to do the lot thing and when I'm going to do Alan Wake. Those are all cattle brands. I did a playthrough of my house. Yeah, I thought it was on a cold overpass as well. I'm like, hold up, no, it's got to be cattle brands. I would love to do more collabs with streamers. I'm just really bad at doing them. You know, like me and Gigi are gonna do art on Friday. Aside from that, like, I don't have really any plans. Every now and then I do stuff with Mike. But yeah. Ideally I would go lurk in people's streams. And the issue is that, like, I kind of like wake up, hang out with my wife, and then go to work. I'm out of fuel. That's a problem. Can I, like, coast it for a bit? Is there a, okay. I did not know there was transmasculine gay love in, my house. Replies on Twitter do, yeah. I feel like I've been a little bit much for Nick. Because he's just like, thank you for rating me all the time. I don't know who the fuck you are, but that's cool of you. It's like, okay. I did not pick up on that subtext, but... yeah. We're watching, Sheep in the Big City. And, I want to say it's like episode 2 has like back to GPS. Yeah, I should probably have that on. Yeah, Sheep in the Big City, like, Tilda hadn't watched it before. And we're flipping through. We were watching. We're trying to find this one cartoon that she says that she saw once when she was a kid. That was on Cartoon Network called The Idea Thief. And we cannot find anything on it. So we were watching like trailers because it was like a bumper, right? We were watching bumpers from that era, and we ended up seeing. Describe it? I don't remember exactly, but it's something along the lines of that there's like a burglar who steals ideas from people. I mean, with the whole plagiarism thing going on. But they're wearing like a generic, like, burglar outfit, you know, black and white stripes and then like a bandit mask. It's been a minute since she's described it to me. Train. Uh-oh. She's pretty positive it was a Cartoon Network show. Unfortunately, you can't drive on the train tracks. They have an invisible wall before you can even hit them. Sorry this is taking so long. They got a stoplight camera, so it can't. Where's my ring? There it is. I should put my wedding ring on. I took it off when I came home. I don't know why I did that. I don't know, I just don't wear it when I'm home. Well, it's kind of impossible for me to not follow the traffic laws there. You want to hit me? Really, bitch? After I followed the lights? My guy's getting a little sleepy, but I think he can handle it. I had the weirdest nightmares last night. Like, there's a post on... In my dream, if you want to know what being a YouTuber's like, in my dream, I got in trouble for... I think it was, like, supporting the Transformers wiki. And it was, like... The person who, like, posted, like, a paragraph of text, actually had some pretty good points. I was like, shit. So I got canceled in my dream a bit. Or I was called a phony and a sellout. It's not really the, oh right, I forgot to do that. It's fine, I'm kind of not. Oh, I should have gotten gas. That's gonna be a problem in a minute. Yeah, it was like, the argument was like, I'm gonna repeat this and it's probably a bad idea. But I talk about like not liking capitalism, but then I supported a wiki that was explicitly about consumerism. And I'm like, that's actually a pretty solid point. I am a piece of shit. It's like not the worst point. And I'm like, shit. Uh-oh. It's hard not to do capitalism while capitalism is a thing. Yeah, I'm out of fuel again. I should probably pull over. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that until I got canceled in my dream. So I guess, like, here's my apology to that person who doesn't actually exist. Sorry about that. Good thing it literally doesn't matter. Yeah. Like, it's not a real thing. I've been thinking about that statement quite a bit. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. And usually what that goes with is that, like, you gotta, like, sort of accept that it's bad when you buy things. Like, there's no way of buying gas that doesn't support someone who sucks ass. I've been thinking about that a lot. I should go to sleep. A lot of people do use that as an excuse to consume. I don't think it's realistic to say that you just give up everything, because you basically have to rewrite your position in society to do that. I think that, I wish my engine would stop turning off. Rev's, sleep paralysis demon is a shit poster, yeah. Well, it's done that because I ran into several things. I need to get gas, but I mean, like, I'm gonna have to find, like, a gas station to get gas from. Like, I thought about writing a book, but then I realized that I'd have to sell the book. And that seems counterproductive. I'd like to look at more zines, but I heard that there's some on itch.io, but I don't know. You could just eat a book like Gale, the fail husband. You can host it. Yeah, maybe I just do a zine or something and people can just throw money at me on Patreon or something. I want to do like a, I don't know, like collate the ideas from Arcade and turn that into a thing. Maybe have some other philosophies and stuff, but honestly, that feels like I'm acting like I'm smarter than I am. Which, like, you know, anything aside from art might be outside of what people are willing to read. What was the other thing I got canceled in a dream for recently? I don't remember. Probably for the best. Don't people have made zines? Imposter syndrome? Well, yeah, I suppose so. Maybe you're actually smart? I don't know. There's only like some things I know about, which I mean, I guess is everyone. Like, there's stuff that I care about quite deeply. Imposter syndrome has eaten me up quite badly. Yeah, the difference between like imposter syndrome and I don't know, not, is like, oh shit, I need gas. There's a wall. Oh no. This is embarrassing. I could have taken that exit. I don't even know if I would have had gas to get to that exit. Hey, I need to pick me up. Refuel me. Yeah. It'll take 30 minutes, sure. I mean, you just, like, literally just... Could I just walk down there and refuel? I guess that would take about 30 minutes to do. What did I even hit? Fucking nothing? Alright. Hopefully that's not for me. Oh, hi, Hummer. Excuse me. I need gas, though. There's gas. Do I get gas around the back? I do. Ooh, and there's a repair place here, too. I can do both at once. Uh-oh. Shit. Well, it's okay. I can get my truck fixed here. I should probably not wreck it too much, but I can do it. Thank you for the 42 months. No, magician. I'm gonna be real bad about that. I end up talking about politics too much, especially when I'm high. It's like, not a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I kind of drive like this when I'm sober too, so I don't know as if like, it's really kicked in that much. I think I'll die if I do that. How about high views on cowboys? Most of them are fake. A lot of like real cowboys are not at all like the cowboys you see in movies. What about the Dallas Cowboys? They're real, but real bad at football. Like, the Marlboro Man is not a real cowboy, and it sets an expectation of cowboys that's, like, white and straight, which is historically inaccurate. And also, yeah, they wore bowlers instead of Stinsons, but bowlers are kind of dorky looking. You brought up the term all hat, no saddle before, yeah. Yeah, pirates were like that too. I found out that pirate punk is a genre of music. It was after I read an article. Well, there was an article posted on like punk memes, which is a really good subreddit, by the way. That was about like, they're like, is this punk? And it was like, a woman escapes Russia to sail across the sea to Canada to her gay lover. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty fucking punk. And then I got to asking, like, is there a genre of music for this? Because, like, that seemed like subgenre that should exist. Because, I mean, like, Ailstorm exists, right? Like, pirate metal. So why not pirate punk? Like, mixing anarchy with, like, pirates is like mixing water with water. You know? Pirate punk should be a thing. Apparently it is. And someone was like, oh yeah, I've got a playlist. And people were like, share? And then I never saw if you shared or not. Pirate goth exists. I feel like the fashion of goth is too... like, you know? Like, I can't get into the fashion side of really any subculture. It just doesn't feel right on me. So, like... Can you stop giving me warnings about not doing shit and tell me where I'm going? Okay, cool. We're still going the right way. I mean, like... I wear black shirts with, like, based as fuck sayings on them. And that's about as, like, punk of an outfit I've got, you know? I don't really ever wear my battle jackets because I'm not sure if it even really, like, fits me. Corporate goth is like doing that corporate worker look, but you're still being goth about it. It's like, you know, obviously lots of black. It's very dressed up. I like battle jackets. I want one, just make one. There's a website called Angry Young and Poor. You can get patches there. There's a bunch of other websites you can get patches from, but that's a good one. If you need to get a bunch of like studs and patches and shit, then just go to Goodwill and buy a jean jacket, take a knife to the things. You don't need to know how to sew. Not really. It's good if you do. You can glue it on if you need to. Like, do it DIY. Like, goth as a fashion is very broad, yeah. Yeah, sewing by hand, if you're just doing patches, it's not that hard. My wife is more of a pastel goth, and she actually does that. I'm really liking the murder folk look. I think I can wear that and not feel like a jackass while doing it. Because it's just like goth cowboy, but without the Stinson hat. The closest thing to punk I've seen is furries. I mean, furries can be pretty punk. Remember when Hot Topic made it that Jack Skellington and Gurr were goth icons? I mean, yeah, that's small goth for sure. There was a question the other day on that punk memes thing, and I responded. They're asking, like, is it punk to go get a degree to save the environment? And I said, being punk is no holds bar, doing the right thing, no matter the cost, no matter what, to me. So that is a technique, that is a strategy to be punk. Rogue Trader tomorrow? Is Rogue Trader coming out that soon? there's been a lot of like talk on the internets about what true punk nowadays is, and there's a lot of people who are trying to act like they're being conservative as punk, and like it's not, and I don't know why they think that that is a real thing to say. Like, being punk isn't about like objecting to like mainstream culture. It's about objecting to bullshit. You know? Like, I don't know enough about Instagram or goths to really be able to say that. There's also punk is apolitical. There are subgenres of punk that are apolitical, but I feel like part of what makes punk punk is that it is political. And for the longest time, I was sort of the assumption that everyone else got the political connotations of metal, but it seems like they don't. You know? Paul Ryan is a huge fan against Rage Against the Machine, which is fucking hilarious. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, the term skinhead is synonymous with Nazis, but, like, originally they were not a Nazi movement. They were just, like, working class punks that shaved their head. You know? Sharp still exists, right? And it's just like, it doesn't have to be that way. Like, but they infiltrated a group of people who, much like gamers, when the Nazis came for them, they were like, hey, you're pissed off at the world and you want an explanation for why everything's fucked. I've got a great answer for you. It's these marginalized groups, you know? And for someone who's not in the know about politics or just like wants a simple, easy answer, they'll go with that. Is this another cop car? I don't think so. Punk conservative? Oh god. Nazi furs are a thing? Yeah. I mean, like, I am not surprised to hear, like, Nazis just like to do that. That's like their tactic is, you know, being like, hey, we're pretty about this thing too. And you know who's trying to stop you from being about this? Insert minority. I don't think that furries have to put up with it. Is there a libertarian punk? So, to be clear, you mean the American understanding of the word libertarian, yeah? Because I would argue that most punk is, in the classical sense, libertarian. But in the American sense, no. Being ANCAP is not punk. They think themselves punk. Yeah, everyone can think themselves that they themselves are punk for XYZ reason. But that doesn't make them punk. You know? Have you seen Spider-Verse? I haven't. I know who you're talking about when you say Spider-Punk. It just feels a little forced. Like, I think that being classical libertarian is the definition of punk to some degree. You know? Like, anti-authoritarianism is very... Yeah, anarchists or bleeding heart libertarians is very punk. That's like the point. I thought you guys were busting out Hobbes, but you're saying Hobie. Which I don't know who that is. Someone from Spider-Verse. Yeah, the word in America, when people say libertarian in America, they mean don't tread on me, come and take it, kind of thing. Which is just like, I don't know why every fucking gun owner thinks they're gonna be able to be like able to stop the government with a fucking arsenal of M16s or whatever. It's like, if the government wants to kill you with a drone, they could. You know? Like, they're not gonna come up to your house and try and fight you. Like, that is, if there is a like push against government stuff, it's not gonna be using guns. It's gonna be using the same weapon that every single sort of like guerrilla tactics group has used, be it, you know, Vietnam or the IRA or just pick someone. It's gonna be fucking bombs. Homemade bombs that will be the answer that most of, like, any sort of insurrectionist would actually use. And anyone who's just like marching around in their military like bullshit gear, it's just a poser. Yeah, that's the thing about libertarians when we're talking about American libertarians, is that they don't organize to make a movement together, which would be effective for them. They're saying like, what kind of stream destruction, or sorry, yeah, no, I'm good. Have you heard of that one town that was taken over by libertarians? Fuck it, this is close enough. Yeah, that's good. Oh my god, that is long trucking. This might be the last one for the day. $141,000 if I can do it without fucking things up. I do have some mods on actually right now. I'm feeling all right. It comes and goes. So, yeah, we should get off of politics. Like, I don't know. It's something I care a lot about. Did I ever get Cyberpunk? Nah. Just didn't look like my thing. Where's the fucking exit on this place? I always lose it. There's a wife. Hello? Hi, my love. Wife is home now. Well, I think, my aunt gave me this game. My dad wants to play it, and I'm not sure how the hell I'm gonna do that. You're gonna have to get him a steering wheel. He'll figure it out from there. Your art is awesome. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Yeah, I mean, it's... Someone is like, can you imagine having a politics stream on Mike's channel? Yeah, the reason you can't is because it is also hooked up with the reason that he can have 4-digit number, like, view counts. You know? But it's such an inherent part of who I am. Like, everything I do, I have to think about it in that framework, you know? It's how I stay as what I think is a good person. Vinnie won't even mention trans people. Well, he said it was nice that someone, you know, made a flag. So that's cool. This chat is a different group than Mike's. I think that y'all act different between the streams, and what you expect of us is different, which is fair because we're different people. Have you seen the Germa for pride flags? Is it just a pride flag with Germa's face on it? That's weird as shit. Every time Mike starts a political conversation, I feel like I like leaving. I don't think that he talks about politics all that much. Mike's chat is very mean to him sometimes. Germa is allowed to have that respect, because I know he's publicly said fuck off transphobes before, along those lines, that kind of stuff. So like, he can have the good boy badge for that. That's fine, you know? Like, when I troll chat, it's light trolling, and I feel like everyone's aware of it, you know? Like, I'm intentionally doing something weird and kind of annoying, and everyone is in on the bit. And I really appreciate that energy from y'all. Like when I streamed, what was it? That Fortnite song until someone guessed what it was. Like what the code phrase was. That was like, yeah. And like, I play up the fact that I'm not driving that bad, but also I think that I'm driving pretty good because I'm not getting into that many wrecks and I get there fast. You know, I feel like it's like clumsily speed running this game. The driving is soothing. And that's another thing is like, this is essentially a podcast where I sometimes do a hit and run, you know? Are my headlights off? I think they're on. Yeah, they're on. I'm gonna just keep them on 24/7. I don't give a shit. It feels like for a chill stream, I shouldn't talk about heavy subjects. You know what I mean? This is a great game to play while you're listening to a stream. There are speedruns of this game. 100%. We live in heavy times. We do. Get fucked. I need 100,000 in order to get a truck. If I can actually do this gig, I can almost afford 2. Still overshot it. Yeah, how do you get to the Bahamas from the United States? Like, I don't think I can. I've looked into like political streamers and like looked to see if like that's a thing, you know? But it just seems, I don't know. I forgot about how much of like political activism is just drama amongst people, and how much of it is like not actually serving any purpose at all, you know? And it's like, wouldn't this time being better served trying to figure out how to deal with things? Like, make the world a better place? Isn't that the point of this? And so it almost feels like they're not, and a lot of it is because I think the political theories that, you know, some of these people follow, I'm using Kerfels and Hassan a lot as examples here, but those are the ones that I've looked into. And so, you know, maybe that's the reason I feel this way, but a lot of them, they reference theory and will use it as a cudgel to shut someone up, but they won't have long discussions on theory or link it to bits of theory. So it's like they're not bringing up how to fix things. They're just saying this is bad, this is happening. Have I ever watched Keffels? I watched a bit of it just to understand who the fuck she was, and it's not my thing. The inflammatory stuff is more engaging, and I believe that's part of Hassan's politics. I do think that he's a champagne socialist. That he says things that are extreme in order to get a reaction. And it's, yeah. I don't even know if he's a tanky anymore. I don't even know if he, like, champagne socialist. Let me look up the Wikipedia or the Google definition because it's really good. A person who espouses socialist ideas while enjoying a wealthy, luxurious lifestyle. There you go. I think that if he's genuine about what he believes, he's a tanky. But I don't know It's not even a hypocrite. It's a little bit different than being a hypocrite. It's not even when socialism is when no money. I just think it's a little rich to have him wear a shirt that says "Eat the Rich" while wearing like Versace or whatever, like, I don't know clothing brands, but I do know that like his outfits are not cheap, you know? Like driving a sports car to your mansion, you know? And then wearing an "Eat the Rich" shirt. He could be into Vor, maybe. I think that a lot of forget that large content creators are very well off. Yeah. I mean, multiply 2.5 times the sub count of any channel, and that's how much money they make per month, bare minimum. Now that Twitch is like standardized that across the board, like, and that kind of gives you an idea as well, because you get about half of every Twitch sub. I know it's not a popular opinion to dislike Hassan while still being lefty, but and I can't say that he's done evil either. He's convinced a lot of people to do better things, you know? The bit that I don't like is the bit where people idolize content creators beyond what they're worth. And that's... yeah, and that happens to a lot of people, Skriddle. Like, I saw this post a little while ago that was like, I'm not as smart as XYZ streamers like Hassan, but I'm getting there. And it's like, Hassan would beat me in a debate, but I don't think that it's because he knows more than me. I think it's because he actually knows debate better than me. Like, I have an issue with the cult of personality because of who I am. Like, I don't even know if that's like... I have a hard time selling merch. I have a hard time putting myself in a position of, like, better than other people. I missed a resub. I'm very sorry. Media Refrigerator, thank you for the 78 months of support. It has been a minute. How are you doing, my friend? Doing great, all things considered. Well, thank you for, like, still subbing all this time. I really appreciate it, my dude. Yes, you should, Meaty. I don't feel like it's really kicking in for me. We're just kind of having a nice chill stream. Roswell is in this game. You have to go through Nevada, obviously. I don't think you can see Area 51. take another gummy after you're done with stream today? I might, just because I need to sleep tonight. Like, I think that's a lot of me just not doing well today, was just not sleeping well. Well, thank you, Meaty. The not entirely sober hours, I think, is a more accurate depiction of this stream. I was expecting it to kick in real fucking hard. No, they're CBD. I don't do anything else. Oh no, I'm enjoying streaming. I'm just like, you know, I got canceled in my dream last night. It's gonna fuck me up a bit. Fucking weirdo. I'm saying that about myself. Yeah, I was talking about that, where, like, I mean, that's what got us talking about politics in the first place, is I was talking about, like, in my dream, someone said that it was disingenuous or off-brand of me to support the Transformers wiki because it's consumerism at its core. And it was like, well, it's made by the people to support essentially just capitalism for kids. I don't know, dream person who canceled me had a half decent point. I think that's a Twitter take that you dreamt of. It could quite possibly be, but it fucked me up for a bit. It's like, what about all these other things that you could be mad at about yourself? Yeah, kids really probably aren't looking up stuff like that. They're adding Among Us to Vampire Survivors. Yes, I'm aware. Well, it wasn't even on Twitter. It was on the comments of that video in my dream. Because I have YouTube's, and legitimately, I had to check my phone when I woke up in the middle of the night. To make sure, and I wasn't even logged into the correct account to check the comments for that channel. Do you often remember your dreams? I do, actually. Some are good, some are bad. I'm gonna hit that sign. I really need to not be banging out my car. I've got a long way to drive. Have you ever had lucid dreams? I've had them a few times. I used to have dreams that I could fly. To the point that I was like borderline convinced that there would be a way to do it IRL. Until one time someone called me out my dream. This was before I was a YouTuber. And he said, that guy's not even flying. He's just got his feet like kind of crunched up while he's laying in bed. And I'm like, oh. And then I woke up and damn if he wasn't right. Like I was just sort of like, I'd take my legs up and then not need to put my feet. It was more like I was hovering than flying. Hovering at about like, I don't know, like a foot or two off the ground. It was really not that much like flying. It was more like hovering. But I just didn't walk. Yeah, my dreams like to call me out. I think it's called depression. What are clove cigs even like? I think I've only had one ever, and it was like not... It's not my thing. I smoked for a little while, and honestly, I was using it. In the end, I think it's because I liked Cowboy Bebop and I disliked the people that were around me. And they smoke on Cowboy Bebop, and I thought that was cool. And then people around me didn't like it when I smoked, so they'd leave me alone, which is good because I didn't actually like hanging out with them. I mean, cigarettes just are so goddamn expensive. Do I drive like this IRL? Like, not flooring it, not switching. Basically, no. But sorta. I would recommend not smoking. It's really just spending money to die and have health issues. And it's like, when you think about it, it's stupid as shit. You don't really even have to think that hard. There's no benefits to smoking, only negatives. It's expensive as shit. Why is it so fucking foggy all the time? Is it some mod I installed? Like, I'm not straight edge by any means. The title of this stream gave you any. Yeah, it's very foggy out. I mean, I can see well enough to know where I'm going. Why is it foggy at 12 in the afternoon? My wife's making chicken tenders. I would love to tell you that health is important to me, but my eating habits, I ate a bag of cherry sours in like 4 days. Like, just constantly snacking on them, and I've done no workout during that time. Like, and I'm surprised it lasts me like 4 days. And technically it's, I mean, like, depends on whether or not you consider like 4 in the morning when I ate the last one. Yeah. I also sit on my ass too much, but that's a different thing. Working out has kept, yeah, I mean, I went for a walk today when I was feeling off this morning. I have no enemies, get some. It's fun. It's like a romantic partner, except for they suck. And you just sort of think about them, about how strongly you feel about them all the time. Like a crush, yeah, like a crush, but more literal. Like you would want to crush them. was close. Wasn't it Mark Twain who said you can tell a lot about a person by the quality of their enemies? That's interesting. Yeah, I forget who said that, but it's a good line regardless of who said it. I accidentally formed a polycule today. How do you accidentally polycule? I don't think I'm anyone's arch nemesis. I should get on that. I need to like really just like cause someone a lot of problems, like consistently. But they gotta be like the right kind of person. They don't just call the cops and say that it's like harassment. Like I gotta like make their life bad, but like in an acceptable way. So we have like a rivalry, but then if we're like in a ship that's sinking like the Titanic, we'd put it aside for a minute. It might be kicking it. Why wait for a nemesis when you can choose to be someone's nemesis? Like, well, no, because it's kind of a consensual thing. They have to, like, be into it as well, man. That sounds kind of base meaty. It's just like a group of ace people that make out sometimes. I'm not trying to sound like a Homestuck. Yeah, that sounds very based. Like, everyone's getting what they need out of this relationship. That sounds great. I don't know enough about that kind of thing to be able to like reference it when I'm like, yeah, you don't need to be in a relationship like me and my wife have in order to have a good relationship. You can do other things, you know? It's just, you know, that's how I do. That's what I think. That's what I want. But the important bits is like making sure everyone feels cool about it. Yeah, I don't think I could kill animals. Especially ones that, like, you get to know, like, personally, like, you hang out with them fairly regularly. Like, I'd feel bad about it. It's like, what the fuck does a chicken know? Yeah, I don't need to know how farmers do that. Like, I said it back in the Hunter Call the Wild video. Like, I would not be able to farm. Like, if it goes to a survivor situation, like, I'm giving up meat. Not on purpose, but more just like, I'd feel fucked up killing animals that are like farmed. I don't know if I'd feel fucked up killing a deer or not. Haven't done it yet. Haven't killed anything larger than, I don't know, a penny, really. So, on purpose anyway. Once hit a bird when I was driving. I felt really bad about it. Fishing's an option. Yeah, I don't know if I'd feel bad about fishing. It doesn't seem like creature enough for me. There we go. had to like let off the accelerator so he'd get out of line of sight. Yeah, fish are good. Fish still feel panic. Yeah, I know. That sucks. But like, I don't know, I think it's that like I don't share a lot of the same anatomy as them. Whereas me and deer, like, we both have legs, eyes. Like, I kind of get it, you know? I got like a vibe of what it is to be a deer. But I don't really know what it's like to be a fish, you know? Would you eat human meat? Yeah, I mean, if I'm not gonna eat a fucking deer, I'm not gonna eat a human either. I mean, fish have eyes, but, you know, it's different. Would you eat ethically sourced human meat? No. Like, I feel like cannibalism's one of those things that just sort of marks your soul. Even if you don't really believe in a soul, like, do you know what I mean? Because I don't really believe in a soul in, like, a real sense, but I do believe in it in, like, a, I don't know, literary sense. Like, I use, like, soul as a proxy for something else I don't have a word for. Your metaphorical soul, yeah. Like, cannibalism just feels like it would, like, that would be, like, I don't feel like, if you played tennis once, you're not a tennis player for life. Like, cannibalism, I think that, like, most people would be like, yeah, you're a cannibal now. Once you do one cannibalism, you're just a cannibal, you know? Yeah, I think it's just the brain that gives you Pyron. Actually, I've been listening to this Isekai, and it's kind of shit. It starts off, I don't think it's an Isekai. I think it's just a story. But it's about a kid who's an orphan, and one day some, like, rich, weird dude shows up to adopt some kid, right? And, like, instead of, like, I don't know, choosing a kid based on personality, he's like, I want them to all answer my stupid fucking questions about, like, chocolate. Like, he holds up a piece of chocolate and he's like, what is this? The first kid goes chocolate and he goes, no. And every other kid is just like, what the fuck? And of course the main character gets it right and he says a circle, and it's because, like, he had hidden, like, magic behind the candy bar, and only if you had the ability to see magic you would know. So anyway, this guy's like, yeah, I'm a wizard, and it sounds like you can do some wizard shit too. So, like, you could, like, I can teach you. I've got, like, this place where I teach all of these kids. I'm like, uh-oh. Like, I'm kind of getting a stranger danger vibe, like, from minute one with this guy. But, you know. Anyway, they show up at, like, this boarding house or whatever, and it just sounds like early American meatpacking plants. Like, I don't know how to explain this to you guys. Like, everyone who, like, he adopted but didn't end up actually having any sort of, like, wizard powers. He just like has them doing manual labor working at a meat processing plant. Which is like, I mean, okay, but like, also what? Like, why is that the thing that you have them doing? It's fucking weird. He just went to get some child slaves, and, you know, maybe some of them are wizards, I don't know. Like, that was his plan, as far as I can understand. Isekai without slavery is like an angel without wings. I hate that you're right. It's more like, you know, the painting goblin strategy from The Sims. Like, he remember the boat guy's slaves? Yeah, no. I started listening to that again because everyone was so interested in what was happening there. And like, I don't know how to... Hello? That smells amazing, my love.
I gave you all the weird.
Oh, thanks. That is a very long French fry. Thank you. I love you too. She gave me all the weird ones and the longest fry. But yeah, what was I talking about? Child slavery? So yeah, that story sucked. Boat guy got a yacht and started showing all of the girls in his harem anime. And then they picked up that he might not be from, you know, he might be Isekai, and they were like totally cool with that. And it was like, oh hey, it'd be like, oh hey, you know, like earlier, you know, when we were talking, and I said I was homeschooled, and some people in chat or implied that I was homeschooled, and then someone in chat was like, oh wait, Rev was homeschooled, and I was like, yeah. Like, and then the conversation didn't go any further. Or like, oh, hey, you're from Spain? It's wild. That's cool. Is it nice there? Awesome. Like, that's kind of how they treated him being Isekai'd in. They didn't, like, really get into it. They just kind of, like, glossed over that fact entirely. They just kind of didn't give a shit. Like, it's normal. I would have fucking questioned them on that. Like, what do you mean? How did you even know that was a thing? What does the word Vtuber even mean as a word? I don't really understand it either. But why do they call it bread? Because, like, none of them really are, like... there's no way it's named after Kropotkin, because that's what I was thinking. I'm like, but like, the people who are like, oh, maybe bread lines? Yeah. There's no way it's from Conquest of Bread. None of the people who I've heard are bread tubers are reading Kropotkin. I'll tell you that much. They might read Marx or, you know, whatever, but not Kropotkin. Yeah, they seem more like socialists than anarchists. So I don't really know why they're called bread tubers, and I don't know why that would be a Kropotkin reference. I like Kropotkin. Like, I'm very aware of Kropotkin's work. Like, I've read The Conquest of Bread. And that's immediately what I was thinking of. But I'm like, there's no way that's what they're referencing. It's gotta be bread lines. It's gotta be bread lines. Anarchism is not really a subset of socialism, though it can be. It's how you can have, like, ANCAP. Is that like... Okay, so the difference between... Okay, fascism is like more authority, more like control from the government, and it has a connotation of being more conservative in order to have like the traditional values that brought us all together. The literal reason the similar wording between the F slur and fascism have the same root, right? Whereas anarchism is like people having authority over other people is inherently bad. Hello? Wonderful. Can I have some water? Thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you, my love. She made cookies, and she gave me juice. And she's gonna get me water. But anyway, yeah, so anarchists don't want authority of any kind to be a thing that's, you know, patriarchy is bad, homophobia is bad. What type of cookies? Chocolate chip. Because, you know, not just because of the oppression, but because of that it is a person putting themselves above other people and using that as a way of violence. It's just, that's bad, you know? So like, you can take that in a like capitalist way where you're like, the government shouldn't tell me what to do, so that way I can actually like oh shit. All right. No coercive or institutionalized hierarchy. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. I'll figure it out. I love you. Put it here for now. Thank you. But anyway, so you can be an anarchist in the, like, the government shouldn't tell me whether or not I can pollute lakes or not, because, you know, for me to make the most money possible, I should be able to do that, you know? But you could also take that as a socialist thing, where it's like, well, capitalism has caused a hierarchy that, you know, caused some people to be above other people and to hoard resources, which is antithetical to what you'd want as a socialist, you know, and as an anarchist, because both of those things go together. The political compass, by the way, is a fucking meme. And a lot of it has to do with, like, that it has edges and that it's a two-dimensional plane. Why is my truck so messed up? There we go. Because, like, are you right-leaning or left-leaning if you're okay with gay people, but not, like, but you're okay also with slavery? Like, where does that put you? Like, I don't know who the fuck that is, but just an example. Like, so, like, I don't know how the... That's why the political compass is real fucked, because it just doesn't make any sense. I guess slavery is more authoritarian than... But, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that anyone who's okay with slavery is a scumbag, too. I mean, the political compass is probably okay to just, like, take, and then you see, like, especially if you're getting into politics, and then just, like, so first off, just think of those things, and then maybe go from there to go, okay. Like, I should read these people who are, according to the political compass, fairly similar to me. And that's, like, good enough to get you started. But I wouldn't, like, treat it as much more than, like, I don't know. Jesus, fuck, what did you do to your car? The shopping cart test is, I think the shopping cart test is actually 2 layers deep, and it's almost meta. That depending on how you view the shopping cart test, like when you're done, the shopping cart test is like when you're done with like using your shopping cart, do you bring your shopping cart back, or do you put it in the stall, or do you just like leave it in the street? You know, what and why? I feel like a lot of it is more interesting in the meta of like that conversation. That I was never into the crust punk thing. I have to take a shower every day. Oh, Toxic Avenger, thank you for the 106 months of support. Like, I feel like taking a shower is like resetting my brain. It's like, you're awake now. It's like, I feel like taking a shower is more important to me waking up than drinking coffee. And I take a warm shower. Like, it's like... The shopping cart meme is a meme, but it's slightly better than the political compass. But I feel like also like what you consider when making your decision when you just say that, or the fact that you can trust that test in at all is more interesting than the discussion itself. Have you seen them in games at least, Twinkmaster? Like, do you know how, kind of how they're shaped? Okay. So, yeah, there's just lines of them right when you come in the door, generally. Somewhere around the doorway to the place you're trying to shop. And I know what they look like from cartoons, right? And you just drive that around the place. You get all the stuff that you want. You put it in the cart. Then when you get to the checkout stand, you take everything out of the cart and you put it on the conveyor belt. While usually you're checked out, and then someone, you know, bags your groceries, and you make small talk about the weather or whatever. Everyone hates this interaction, especially the cashier, because they have to have this conversation literally all day, and they don't know what the fucking weather is because they haven't been outside all day because they're working an 8-hour shift and they're 4 hours in. And who the fuck knows, honestly, what's going on outside? If it's not raining, there's no way to know whether or not the Holocaust has happened or the apocalypse. I mean, and it could just be shit out there. But it's like, yeah, the weather's been nice. Anyway. Then you take your cart out to your car. You take all the bags out. And then, like, they have these little, like, corrals, sort of. Just slightly wider than a shopping cart. And the idea is that they take up parking spots in the parking lot, and you push your cart into that, and then there's some person that works for the store that goes and gets the whole lot of them and brings them back to that initial point. But some people argue that you should bring it all the way back to the starting point once you're done with it, so that way you don't have to force some underpaid kid to do the work, you know? Or do you just put it in the thing? But people who are real assholes will just sort of like leave the cart in the parking lot where it rolls around and hits things. Yeah, there's like a parking slot is devoted to one of these corrals, maybe a couple parking spots. All of these has a different thing. There's like a coin return thing. Yeah, I bet you if you look up grocery cart return or something. Why are you backing up? Oh, they like hit. Huh. Question is, does the locked coin imply that you're justified in leaving the car because you paid for the coin? I mean, I just bring it back. Like, usually to the corral. But I feel like the meta conversation there is, you know, what if you have a disability? What if you are old and you had a bag boy bring your bags out to your car for you? You know, like, the recognition of that is also important to that whole conversation. Chicken tendies are good. It's usually a chain of grocery stores. I'd say like 99% of the ones that I've seen are a chain. Oh, actually, I think the problem with why I'm driving so slow and safe is because my engine's so incredibly fucked. You look at the little picture of the truck there, you'll notice it's all red rather than being like partially red. So I can't really get up to speed or do any problems. Yeah, so my truck's just kind of fucked, so I can't really be that crazy of a driver. I don't really think that this is like the edibles have kicked in. But a grocery store will just have like, I mean, the cornfields that was near my house growing up was torn down and replaced with a grocery store. To give you an idea about the relative size of what a grocery store or whatever, like size-wise, would be. That's too big. Americans really like their choices. And I would say that's like on the smaller size. You can get bigger grocery stores than that. Like, what, Sam's Club? What's the one where it's like you have to have a membership card to be there? Not Sam's Club, the other ones. Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case, because yeah, like, we don't do convenience stores, really. Convenience stores, you buy like, I don't know, snacks for when you're driving or something, and gas. You don't really buy like groceries at the convenience store. You can get milk, but I mean, like, that's like the grocery store is closed, and so you just go to the gas station, buy overpriced milk because it's the middle of the night, you really need it because your kid is hungry, you know? It's not like a, I don't know, Like the gas or the we'll probably pass like a fake Walmart at some point here. We can look at it. Costco and Sam's Club. YouTube chat keeps repeating it to make sure that I know. Thank you. Are there kitchens in Costco? I actually don't know. I haven't been to a Costco, but you have to show your membership to get in. And everything you buy is in bulk. You can't just buy like a, I don't know, a 12 pack of like toilet paper. Like you get like you don't need a membership for the food court? Okay. Yeah, you buy like, I don't know, like a huge, unreasonable jug of it. Like you'll buy like a 5-gallon jug of mayonnaise or something, but it's like $1.50, and it's like, that's a fucking good deal. Costco is you go to the grocery store like once every 2 months or something. I have no idea what the life you live to do that. Like, we don't have a big enough apartment to go to Costco's, like, buy shit. I should stop at the next repair place. Sam's Club, you have to pay to get in early, but they are okay. Both, if you have someone a gift card, they will legally have to spend it. They legally have to let you spend it. Oh, I see. Yeah. That's a way to get around it. Yeah, you get like ridiculous amounts of shit at Costco. I think you pretty much have to have like a house to go to Costco. Sam's Club is owned by Walmart. Yeah. I'm surprised this thing's still ticking, honestly, this fucking car. And I'm like actually making reasonable time. I haven't seen a repair place. I haven't seen shit for miles, man. But I have no concept of how long I've been driving. Like, I live in an apartment, so like the bulk buying that you would do at Costco, I can't store it anywhere, you know? Like, we don't have enough space. But it is theoretically cheaper. What's the average size of a house in America? I think we could get that. Hold on. Average square footage of a house. Median size of homes across the United States is 2,014 square feet. Average home, this one says 2,500 square feet. Foot to meters conversion. 0.3 meters. Ours are like 200 to 300 cubic meters. Like, I don't need to exit. Oh, is there a repair station over there? Fuck. 187 square meters is what an American house is. Okay, there you go. Nice. Chat's usually pretty much in agreement on stuff like that. We need to also... There we go. I don't know, I think guys started rating my burps once I started burping directly in the mic. Didn't you have someone who would give you bits based on your burp? Yeah, that like... I remember that. Yeah, no. And it was like a, like, can I get better at burping? Because, I mean, like, that's not really selling out, is it? When you, like, try and get better at something you already enjoy doing? I doubt that there was someone who, like, a few years back had, like, all my live stream stuff and they wanted to send it to me and we just could not figure how to get all of it to me, but they, like, preserved it. It's probably best that it's gone. I like to respond to people when they email me. I'm just bad about doing all the things. You have to do a lot of stuff. Google Drive, there's a limit on how much you can put on Google Drive. Me and Ortho have this problem all the time. Me trying to send him a file for him to edit or whatever. I can't watch my first stream ever. I'm pretty sure it was, there were dicks and or tits on it. Internet Archive is an option. That's true. Because I did chat roulette, and I was telling people I was gonna draw them. And so, like, yeah, it was chat roulette. Some of them had their cocks out. Like, I loved, like, the people who would get, like, there was this one guy, I remember he went and got his guitar and sunglasses and, like, a cigarette, and he posed, and it was, like, really fucking funny. I forget which one I showed him. I think it was Charles Barkley and Wilfred Brimley as dinosaurs fucking. Do you think there'll be a new Omegle? I mean, I'm kind of with, like, the person who made Omegle, when they were, like, kind of a bad idea, isn't it? Like, yeah, there's a lot of very easy to use, like, that service for people who are into exhibitionism, you know? I've got that drawing around here somewhere. I don't understand the mindset of people doing that knowing there are children on the site. They're called pedophiles. That's the rationale there. Like, what dinosaur drawing? The one of Wilford Brimley and Charles Barkley as dinosaurs having gay sex. I drew that and then I showed it on stream to people. Oh yeah, that's probably a good thing you don't understand that mindset. But yeah, that's why they do that. That's why they don't care. Well, the bit was that I'd tell people like, hey, can you like, you know, pose for me? I'm supposed to do this art thing for college and I totally forgot to do the assignment. I just need to sketch out some drawings like real quick. And I don't have a model and I was supposed to get one, yada yada. Would you mind posing for me? I'd go, oh yeah. But I'd already have like drawings done. And so I'd have chat, you know, saying, oh, use this one for this one, you know? And it'd be like Ronald McDonald with huge tits. That was one. Like chosen almost at random, you know? Ancient Clussy. Like, I know that image exists somewhere. This is nice. Can't see a goddamn thing. But it doesn't matter. I don't really remember what was before this anyway. There's a lot of Silent Hill. It might have been a mod I did. Yeah, it's like 12 at night. 12 p.m. is the middle of the day. And this is supposed to be like New Mexico, so I don't know why there's fog here. I think one of the mods I installed added it. And it's kind of bad. Are you getting the cat mod? I have the cat mod. I just don't own a cat. Or I don't own the truck, so I can't decorate it. Have you considered Elite Dangerous? Well, I don't own the truck, so I can't own a cat. Favorite truck brand you're thinking of buying? I like the ones that are red. And they have the smokestacks that go up. They're kind of shaped like whoop, 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 whap. Like, I like that one. Peterbilt then? All right. Like, this one's pretty good shaped. I don't mind it if they're more squared off like this too. Because this has the, yeah, it does. Oh shit. New Optimus as opposed to G1, yeah. Those are both options, I guess. Mack trucks are cool. The Panera Bread caffeinated lemonade. Yeah, you'd think after the first death they would have, like, you know, just stopped. I haven't heard about what happened in the second case. But yeah, the first girl died because it was like, oh, some idiot brought 3 in one go. Oh. Yeah, it's a shit ton of caffeine. It doesn't seem like it should be a legal amount of caffeine. Well, I don't know what happened to the dude that died. The dude that died was developmentally challenged. Ah, okay. Voice typing fails me. That's interesting that you're using voice typing. I never thought about that. Infernox, thank you for the 9 months of support. We're having a good time so far. It's so fucking far away. This is American trucking sim. Yeah. Prime has an illegal amount of caffeine? I don't know about that. Like, legitimately, I don't know anything about that. Is there an ice trucking sim? I don't know, maybe? SnowRunner? Oh. I don't really get the ice trucking show. It's just guys going, oh shit, it's really fucking icy. And it's like, yeah. It is. There's Mud Runner too, yeah, that's a different thing. I played it once. It's like, kind of obnoxious trying to drive. What are the driver perks you can get? What classes of cargo you can have, fuel efficiency, how far of a drive you can do, stuff like that. There is a progressive skill tree to this game for some reason. Rest stop soon. Yeah, slowing down's not a thing I'm doing right now. I mean, I'm trying, but, you know, you might be the reason I stop. We'll find out. Looks like you're good today, but tomorrow you might be fucked. I'm going. Excuse me, my bitch. No, go ahead. No, it's fine. I mean, I was in the fucking lane, but alright. Yeah, no, go. Blue Civic, fuck off. Don't hit me. If you hit me, it's your fucking fault. Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to try and back out of here. Oh yeah, I guess I could just detach it and then pick it up again. You treat this game like a roguelike. Yeah. Can you detach it while driving? I don't think so. I think you have to have your parking brake on. Like, it's just like a mechanic of the game. I passed the pot shop? Oh no. Well, you gotta turn around anyway. Is this the weed place? It's like a truck place. Probably mean over here. I didn't see any weed. I don't give a shit. Oregon, if I remember right. I had to do a little pit stop to do all the things real quick, but you know, we're good now. I kind of keep forgetting I'm streaming. Sorry about that. Normally when I'm like just playing video games, I don't like talk to myself because like the fuck? Right? So that's a thing. I don't even remember what I was just saying. Oh, right, that I don't normally talk to myself while I'm streaming. I heard something like there's gonna be like a fourth person pronoun, or there is one. Can I start a petition to bring wide back to tier 1? We literally don't have enough slots. Yeah, fourth person addressing chat, yeah. Like, I never thought about that. Like, well, you go like, so I am Rev, and you are Ultima Weapon in chat. That's you. And then third person, I forgot how you talk about someone in a third person. You fuckers is a plural pronoun for chat. We are Ultima Weapon. They? Yeah, they are. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. And then fourth person is like, while you're at the grocery store, you go, chat, do we fucking believe this shit? The price of these tomatoes? Because, like, chat's not there. Chat can't be there. You're not addressing someone who's in the room. But you're addressing a very specific group of people who would watch you do things. So it's like, you're addressing the fourth person. It refers to the audience. Oh, they have one of those ramps for trucks that are out of control. It's kind of sad that I wasn't out of control there because I didn't get to use it. Yeah, so I'm from Texas, so I don't know this road, but like, because it's 1/25th scale, it'll look like the vibe of a place. It's like road you know at home. You know, like it's a specific road and it's a specific part of it, but it's like, it feels off still, you know? It's very close. The GTA 6 trailer, I still have not watched it. And like, I actively have gone out of my way to not. How do they model any of this? Fuck as if I know. But pretty much every state is a separate DLC. People are complaining there's twerking in the GTA 6 trailer. Like, I don't give a shit. There's the thread, thank you. I mean, GTA still is one of like the most like highest earning games of like every year, like because of the shark cards. And speaking as someone who used to work at GameStop, yeah, lots of shark cards were sold, which buys you in-game cash. Don't know what they do though. GTA is basically an MMO now. Yeah, I get. Do you mean as in the monetary scheme or what? I'm actually not sure between shark cards and V-Bucks. V-Bucks were only ever bought by parents who are confused. And it's usually for some kid's birthday or something. Oh, I get to bypass the cop like this. That's great. Well, I kind of talked about the how the argument of that we're not actually paying less for games now is, I mean, the argument is that a lot of like companies are saying that we're paying less now for games than we used to because of inflation, but like that doesn't count the fact that like you don't really get to get the full experience of the game unless if you buy all these DLCs, regardless of whether or not you think a DLC is good or not. It is content that's not part of the game, you know? And so it's like to get the full experience, to get all of the game, you have to buy all of this shit. Unlike back in the day when you'd spend $60 and you'd get all of the game. It's all the game would ever be is what's on that cartridge or on that disc. There aren't like expansions. Like, I understand why the practice of DLCs and stuff are like, why they exist and how they help like companies do stuff, but like it also help artists keep jobs because they have a reason to keep them on past the point of them actually doing the art for the game. They can start doing art for stuff that they sell afterwards. But it doesn't mean that like I can hold that in my head and also realize that it's not like a good, like, it's not an even trade. Like, you're not spending $60 for a game anymore to get the full experience. We're doing good. We're getting there. You pay more for less. You like, because of inflation, you're paying $60 for a game that has 60% of the content instead of 100% of the content. Which, regardless of how much content that is, it's, you know, the content that was intended for the game. Like, and sometimes expansions and stuff like that are like, you know, good almost in a standalone themselves. Like, Frozen Throne added a whole bunch of shit to the game of Warcraft 3, for example. But like, it's not really what DLC does anymore. It's not a whole new campaign. It's not whole new units and mechanics with those units, all that. It's like a shirt. You know? And you can buy like 2 or 3 shirts for like $60 or whatever, you know? Like really fancy shirts or hats or guns or whatever the fuck. So it's like, you used to be able to buy all of that for like $60. I know people who hate every single modern game that's released and still hate them. Yeah, that's like most gamers. Shout out to the Binding of Isaac for having both good and... Am I still accelerating? No. There it is. Because DLC and expansions Like, I feel like expansions are bigger than DLC, and DLC are bigger than, like, microtransactions. I think that's the ordering. And also just, I don't know, I just don't buy a lot of AAA games. I mean, you know the kind of stuff that I play, because like majority of what I play is what I stream, right? I mean, I think Darktide might be the exception to that. Oh, hey, Clown Pubes, welcome back. That's a cop. Like, I just can't get into games where there is that battle pass thing, really. Or I don't, like, interact with it. It's got, like, the game has to be free for me to even, like, consider playing a game with a battle pass, you know? Like, I know I play, like, Valorant. I think that has battle passes, but I don't do that. I just unlock the heroes. And I haven't played that in a minute. Oh shit. Ooh. Ah, they're alright. VTubers really like Valorant? I feel like I've probably run into a VTuber or two. I'm absolutely goddamn... Oh, I'm absolutely fucking garbage at, Valorant. And, like, CSGO. Or whatever they're calling it, Counter-Strike 2 now. Like, I'm alright with Valorant, but that's about as, like, sweaty of a game as I can get into. Isn't Counter-Strike 2 the third Counter-Strike game? Final Fantasy XIV is not the last one in the series either. I have no idea how numbers work, my dude. Oh, shit. Yeah, chairs are real. I'm sitting in one. Yeah, there's a lot of stupid-ass people. Like, if someone thinks that Persona 5... I understand why someone could think that Skyrim's the first in the series, but I don't really get why someone could think that Persona 5 is. Corporate VTubers, why I avoid them. I like my VTuber friends. I like the way they do it. That's good. Persona 5 is the 6th game of the series. Okay, that's bullshit. I always thought that those, like, things look like two dragons facing away from each other, like maybe like giraffes. I don't know. You see it? There were 2 Persona 2 games. What's their fucking damage? It's a 2-parter? One has Hitler? 2 different protagonists. So that, like, seems like a completely different story. So you could make it the next one You could just call it Persona 3. Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just do that? If it's like different characters and a different main protagonist, like, why not just make it a different? Still had most of the cast from 2. So does Mario Party 5. You know? Like, yeah? Chat's trying to explain Persona in 2 different chats. They're both addressing different parts of the numbering system, and I've got to tell you, I'm not processing a goddamn word. Persona 2 Part 2, like Final Fantasy X-2. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, I hated Kingdom Hearts 358 in 2 days, or whatever the fuck, when I was working at GameStop, because it really fucked up the ordering system of, like, the drawers, because they're supposed to be done alphabetically and numerically. So they'd ask for, like, I don't know, the 3rd one in the series or something, or the 4th one in the series, and I have to figure out what goddamn number it is. It's pronounced 358 over 2 persons. What? Have I repaired this journey? I did, right? Okay. Okay, hot take. It's actually a cold take. I don't feel like you should have to play Fortnite in order to stand your franchise. Unless if it is explicitly Fortnite. Like, I'm tired of cinematic universes. I want stories that are short and self-contained. And all I have to know is what goes on in the show or in the movie. And that's fucking it. Maybe it has a sequel, I'm alright with that. But not too many. Like maybe 1 or 2. Whoops. How about how Shin Megami Tensei 9 came out chronologically before 3? Yeah, now someone's just being an asshole. You know what's a good goddamn show? Because it doesn't have that issue, and it totally could have. Over the Garden Wall. It's 1 series, and that's it. And that's all it fucking needed to be. And it would suck if they made another season. Like, I want more, but it would suck if they did. I got a cookie. This looks real. Oh, I could just bypass it. I didn't even need to do this. Like, I got the green light, but I pulled over anyway to go through the way station. And they're like, yeah, you're good. What's the name of the one with the fox spirit? And it takes place in, like, I want to say Norway or something like that. Hilda. That was pretty good. Hilda's really good. It felt very genuine, and it felt like someone was trying to make something that was nice. It was like talking about mythology and a kid experiencing mythology. But it's not like they keep it secret from their parents, because like just everyone's kind of aware that trolls are real and like elves are a thing, like, but it's still very modern day. Wood's been a piece of shit. I love him. Is the VTuber avatar lost forever? I miss her tits. I think I've got her in a folder, but I just don't remember how to use her. That doesn't sound right. Weed. Bro. It said weed. Rev has a big titty VTuber model. Yeah, her name was Pingal. Sort of a post-apocalypse punk rock kind of chick. You can find her on Pingal. See if you can find, I mean, there's definitely some fan art people have drawn of her. Pingal. Oh my god, Pingal was around like 2020. I think if you just search RevScarecrow and scroll down through the images and ignore the cocks, I mean, pictures. Is there a fly? Pingal. I thought she'd be way older than that. Yeah, I guess. Where did that come from? I mean, she doesn't look that young. She looks like a 20, 30 something, don't you think? Yeah, she's got like MILF energy, yeah. Pingal was definitely pre-bounce. Because I remember doing, attempting to do speed runs with her. I kind of like that I have like a new little fella that can be drawn. The gas mask with like the outfit, like the Reverend outfit and the shawl sort of cape made out of burlap. Like, that's really cool. I like that. Like, that's drawable. I don't feel like I'm as drawable as that. I kind of miss Bounce as well. There's supposed to be a second season coming soon. Did Rev Chat ever create a Pingal? Oh god. Iron Mouse scammed me? I don't think so. I got what I wanted out of that deal. I paid a lot for it, but I was cornering the market on it. I forget exactly what my plan was. I was gonna like buy all of the redstone. Your fella is your own version of Varg Friend. Yeah, and I've been missing that for a while. I feel like I probably should have had a fella for a while. I was gonna try and like corner the market on some resource on Bounce SMP and then fill ducks, like people's spaces with ducks. The term you're thinking of is mascot. Yeah. We're in Oregon finally, holy shit. Yeah, mascot's the right word. Cause like you need to have like a guy, you know? Mascots are just personas for cowards? Well, I really need one because of streaming, you know? Oregon's pretty. If I had a first know what species would I be? You gotta be more clever than that, man. I don't think I'm ever gonna answer that question. You fucking figure it out. Oh, I like the fish. Do you see the fishies on the bridge? Uh-oh. That was worse. How's it going? It's going all right. Is the golden PLZ supposed to be special? I have no idea. You might have gotten like a special cool guy thing. Ooh. We really haven't had to stop much, so that's cool. How does one get gifted a sub? If you're here regularly, sometimes people do it. Other than that, you don't really get gifted unless someone wants to spend money on you. Or you get randomly picked. And if you're randomly picked, you're usually randomly picked out of commonly, you know, usually goes for people who are commonly in chat. So just like show up all the time. Yeah, the main thing is don't beg for it. I didn't do a Spotify rap because I don't listen to Spotify, but I did get a YouTube rap, and it was like Harley Poe, Calabrese, and then like a couple of YouTubers that are like musicians. I think it was Little V and someone else. You've seen Harley Poe live? That's awesome, man. I feel like I've been asked when I'm going to finish off the second part of the Alan Wake 2 subathon, and I have absolutely no idea how to answer that question. Time trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Like, I'm not hitting anything. Hello? Yes, please. Thank you. And this. Thank you. I love you. She's cute. I like her. Wife, good. She fed me. She made me cookies and dinner. And then she came back to get the plates. Like, that's... I love her. Wife, good. Where the fuck is the everything? Like... There's nothing goddamn here. I'm in Oregon. Pretty sure that's where I'm trying to go. But I don't No one fucking lives here. There's like absolutely nothing here. Clown pubes, are you trying to communicate that you are from Oregon? If so, uppercase clown pubes, otherwise lowercase? You do not. Okay, sorry. I was confused. See, me and clown pubes, we got an understanding. Homestuck's from Oregon. This looks like My Summer Car almost, except for like looks good graphically. This is a fucking, there's power lines again? You couldn't really do wind turbines out here. I mean, I guess on top of the hills. Oh shit. Oh, that's a rest station. I should probably go there. Wonder if I can get through the trees. Hey, I need to sleep. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Well, at least it's daytime now. And at least it's day again. I mean, I drove across like 3 state lines that day, so I feel like I can have a day's nap. It's kind of how weird, like wild, how like all energy is just spinning a thing real fast. Like you do something and that makes a bit spin. When it spins, that makes the energy. It's converting whatever into, you know, kinetic energy. It's like literally how all power sources work. Isn't that fucking wild? Spin is in nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is just like it's like a steam engine essentially, but like with nukes. You can build one at home. Here, hold up. Yeah, it's like boiling stuff. There we go. So like a lot of this stuff you have to like buy from like specialty places, but you could do an alternative version where it's like you can get the radioactive crap from fire alarms. You know, but you need to get deuterium gas, which good luck on that shit. Oh, that's not a circle. And then you gotta have like two things going in. You gotta have 2 pumps into the, you guys can see this, right? Yeah, okay. So you have 2 pumps going in. You got like a mechanical pump. Why can't I write? There we go. You get a mechanical pump, and you got to do this at a negative, it's got to be negatively charged, and it's got to be like 40 hertz or something like that. 40 volts of electricity to start the process. And you basically need like a thing. So this needs to be like a sphere of stuff. And you got the pumps that are pumping the stuff through the system. And then you got this thing, and it sort of looks like an egg beater that needs to be in this. And that needs to be made out of preferably something like titanium. So that way, like, it can handle the electricity better. And then you need a fuck ton of lead so you don't kill yourself. And then lastly, you're gonna need the chamber that ditherium actually is. Ditherium will fucking kill you. It's radioactive. So if you do this, you're gonna die. And then you need a way to like check and see whether or not you're gonna get radiation poisoning. So like, if you want to know how to make your own nuclear reactor, it's basically like that. Anyway, let's get back to trucking. I don't even know where you'd buy ditherium. That's why I like the other method using deuterium. Yeah, probably. High as fuck. I mean, it's easy enough if you have like shop tools. You need to have like specialized tools. Like that seal on that spherical bead needs to be like what the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, nuclear power plants are kind of like scary conceptually, but they're not actually that. They're not actually that like bad. But yeah, most energy is like it's just a really efficient way of converting one thing into another thing. You know? If you make a thing spin, you've converted it to kinetic energy, and there's already like ways that people know how to convert kinetic energy into electricity. Yeah, that's how I learned about the smoke detector method. What about potential energy? Yeah, those are like the ones where they put the shit up on top of a hill. They get these like mine carts or whatever, and they push them up on top of a hill when doing like when there's more energy than necessary. I think this is more of a theoretical thing. Like they built it, but I don't think it's implemented anywhere. But then when you need more energy, you use the kinetic energy of the thing falling down the hill in order to like power it. Sort of like how a Prius's brakes work. That like it's using the kinetic energy. I guess at any point you do like you want to like convert something to kinetic energy. If you had 16 billion crabs, you could play Doom on them? That's wild. It's actually like 27 billion. It seems like a really inefficient computer. It's a lot of crabs. If you want to learn about how to make nuclear energy, you can Google it. There's lots of build it at home kits, though it's illegal in like 5 or 6 states. It's not, I'm pretty sure it's not legal in Maine. I don't own one because, I mean, I live in an apartment. I can't really use it. I didn't know there was a Salem here. Thought it was just the one. Think after whole witch trials, you wouldn't want to make another one. You're like, oh shit, that kind of sucked. I guess at the time it didn't suck. I don't know where in Salem the organ came up. Yeah, the hardest part about using the method I was talking about there Is getting the... Is it dithurium or dilithium? I'm not pronouncing it right. That's a cop. Oh, we're gonna get paid fuck all for this. I just realized the trailer's at 94% damage. Deuterium. There you are. That was an undercover cop. It was a PD cruiser with a little tailby. What the fucking shit? What kind of Jetsons ass shit is this? What the fuck is that? What was that? What do you mean there's a fucking gondola? People just take that like a bus? You just jump on? I gotta take the fucking... Texas suit is like too flat for that. Like... We have a gondola, it's pretty much for novelty only. Man, my truck's not doing great. It's really hard to... The Dallas? What? Seattle. What the fuck? The Dales. Okay, I thought I just read Seattle real wrong. Man, we're stopping after this trip. This is already too bright and clean. Yeah, this looks really nice. We're almost there. Oh shit, we are so gonna flip. I think I ate too much. I love it when my engine goes. I feel it. You guys are such fucking assholes. I hate you so goddamn much. Ronald McDonald looking ass. Leave. Why are there two of you? Oh, fuck. I miss the thing that's like, you're here. Oh, we're not gonna get paid shit. Yeah, don't do this IRL. You'll you'll kill someone, which is fucked. How long are you streaming for? Once I get done parking this thing. Then whose fault would that be? Well, when I get a car, I assume the people around me are, like, not high as shit. What if I want to kill someone? You could, like, just do... You could just do that. Fuck. I got paid nothing. Good job. I did get an achievement for driving really far, though. No, we don't need to save changes to this. No. Twitter. RevFart. That's where you can put art of me if you wanted. There's not any new art. Wendigoon is trending. Why? Oh. Because he's just like not doing anything. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, there's no art on the Discord either. Raid into Lug? Yeah, let's do that. All right, bye, y'all.